All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 8th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Hamilton, would you like to lead us?
Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I think it's time to do a roll call.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Present. Commissioner
Tolkien?
Here.
And Chair Raskin.
Here. All right. Believe we're going to do a planning director's report.
Yeah, David couldn't be here tonight, so I'll be giving it on his behalf. We have it up there? Great, okay. So your May 15th meeting actually has been canceled. The items we were scheduled to hear on there have been postponed to a future meeting. So your next regular meeting will be June the 5th. Where there is a fence wall hedge modification appeal scheduled for hearing, and then also development review permit for a creative office building at 1645 Euclid. And then June 12th is a special meeting that's the replacement for June 19th, which is canceled for the Juneteenth holiday. On the June 12th meeting, we have an alcohol CUP at 1212 3rd Street Promenade, and the development agreement proposed for digital billboards at Santa Monica Place. So that's your upcoming schedule. Again, if you do have any summer travel plans or planned absences for July or August, please do let Sheila know so that we can look ahead on our meeting calendar. We wanted to share that the City Attorney's Office has published information for the community regarding the recent ruling on SB 9. I've put the URL up there, but I will also forward that link to the commission. Obviously, that's a bit of a long thing to be writing down. Just wanted to make you aware that there is information that the city has shared with regard to that, and we'll continue to monitor the issue as it unfolds. In terms of Housing Element Phase 2, implementation study sessions coming up at the City Council on June the 11th, and then we have ongoing technical working groups for both the Bergamot Objective Design Standards and the Adaptive Reuse Ordinance. We have had sort of initial working groups already on those. We just haven't sort of scheduled the upcoming ones yet, and that will be a big part of your substantive discussion tonight. And then in terms of recent City Council actions at their April 23rd meeting, we held a study session on adult use cannabis and social equity. City Council gave direction for staff to pursue what's described as standard equity in the staff report, which is sort of based on best practices from other cities. And they also gave direction on sort of concentration of adult use cannabis businesses in the city. So to use the state's buffer of 600 feet from sensitive uses, but also a 300-foot distance between businesses operating in the city, and no more than one per block. So what's coming up on that is that we received a $40,000 grant to conduct a social equity assessment that we're in the process of finding a consultant to prepare that assessment. So all of that will be occurring concurrent with the ordinance development. And we anticipate to be back to council by the end of the year with the draft ordinance and results from that equity assessment to inform the framework of an equity program. The council also adopted an ordinance implementing AB 1287, which was the most recent evolution of state density bonus law. City Council did consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to explore a local offsite density bonus program for offsite affordable housing, but ultimately did not direct staff to explore such a program. I think they did certainly take the time to discuss it and consider it, but ultimately decided that to not direct staff to do that. And then upcoming city council meetings of highlight, May 28th is the council's budget study session for this exception year budget. Not really much, to note in terms of purview of the Planning Commission, other than, the direction is no new requests, given the city's current financial situation. So that's the director's report. Any questions?
Commissioner Landris.
I have a couple. Thank you, Jing. I have a couple of questions. I watched the city council discussion of the letter. It struck me that there were perhaps some misunderstandings around the distinctions between DAs and DRs and how we have achieved certain goals. My question is for either of you, really, you or Heidi. Do we have a generally applicable no pour door ordinance in place?
Yeah, we require that units are distributed throughout a building, and that there's no, it requires, I'm not remembering the exact words, but you can't have like a sort of discernible like visual difference on the exterior of the building between affordable units and market rate. And quite honestly, we've never seen a housing provider to try to do that because it's almost more expensive to try and design a different way. It's just the building's the building.
But that's not a waivable. That's not waivable, is it?
Well, it's a standard, so yes, it is.
So yes, it is. And what about requiring amenities being equitably available within the building?
I mean, that's
standard.
I think like access to the amenities is not. I don't believe that's a standard. I don't think.
Is it do we have a requirement in place? Because my read of the conversation was that council was extremely confident that our inclusionary ordinance would ensure the kind of access that was promised, but the examples that were given by a couple of council members were actually DAs and not DRs. And so I think it could be very helpful for the council to know what is and what isn't a waivable standard, and whether or not, in fact, we do have the protections that they seem to assume we had, but I worry that we don't.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I'll say generally, like any standard in the AHPP is waivable under state density bonus law, just by definition, because it's a standard.
Right, but for example, our ban on short-term rental housing is not a standard. It's a generally applicable.
Well, that is, I think that lives in Article 6, right? So that's not a zoning, that's not a development standard.
So I'm wondering if we would have the ability to put some of those protections that council thinks we have, could we actually have them?
Well, yeah, I don't want to go too far
That's fine.
from this
I
agenda
understand.
item, but I understand the.
Okay. I'm just tracking. I respect the council's prerogative not to explore this, but I was concerned that some of the direction of the conversation was resting on assumptions that I worry are not in fact true. I have one other question, much simpler. How's the progress on bringing the Department of Transportation and Big Blue Bus on the strategic plan?
So they have held their public information sessions. I do have information from them to like forward to you.
Oh, cool. Okay.
On that. And, in terms of having them come to make a presentation on it, I think that's still sort of something we're working on.
Okay, just hopefully it'll get to us before it's too fully cooked.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Commissioner Reese.
Yeah, a question about the budget. You said no new requests. I'm not sure we can even do anything about this at this point because it's the 28th, and we don't have based on timing. But is there there's no priorities that you wanted us to kind of highlight for you? We've done that in the past through a letter. Last year I think it was working on the local coastal plan, and I can't remember what there was at least one staff person in there we were fighting.
Yeah, we actually, with I can't remember if it was a year-end or the mid-year budget. The community development had some building inspector positions added, which was extremely valuable. Planning has had planner positions restored over the last couple budget cycles, so your advocacy has been very helpful in that regard. That just for this year, we don't really have, I think, something of that nature to highlight. We do have our work plan priorities set pretty much for this year and through this calendar year at least. for the council in terms of adult use, cannabis, the housing element, the LCP update. Those are all things that are priorities that, we are going to be rolling out by the end of the year, so.
So I hear, there's nothing you need us to help, any help with.
Not at this, not for this particular budget cycle, but thank you.
We're going to go to Commissioner Tolkien first, then I'll then to you.
I just wanted to mention that a week and a half ago, I had the opportunity to visit family in West Palm Beach, Florida. It is going through the same kind of growth spurt that we are going to see, even though it's an older community, but it is a beachfront resort community. It has similarities to us in terms of having its own airport and things like that, and it's going from 2 and 3 stories to 20-story buildings in terms of they're not all condos, they may be, but they're residential units. And it also has a commercial street that's similar to the Promenade, except they leave it open, and it does very well. So it's one way, and it's just 2 lanes, and they have some parking, but very limited, but it does very well. It has some of the biggest shops in the country there. So, of course, it's a very wealthy community. It started out as a more wealthy. One of the things that I mentioned this, they're building 10,000 square foot mansions on the beach, even though we all know that the sea is going to rise. And these are not on any bluff. They're sitting right at, basically 2 or 3 feet above sea level. So it's very strange, but there's a lot of money being poured into this little town. As I think in terms of size, it's probably bigger than we are.
Thanks, Commissioner Tolkien. Did you have a specific question with respect to the planning director's report? Or was that more an announcement regarding your travel?
I'm sorry.
Did you have a specific question regarding the director's report, or is that more an announcement about?
No, I just thought that I point this out to our planners, to take a look at this and see. I think it's not all positive, and we might learn something. I only got 2 days to look around. I didn't have a chance to visit the town hall or anything like that, so.
Great. Commissioner,
I'm sure there's stuff online.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah. I can't remember when it was, but it was probably 6 months ago. We had Mobility provide a presentation about the bicycle action plan and other improvements that they're making throughout the city. And there was a conversation to bring them back and receive an update from them. Subsequent to that meeting, there was that fatality on 19th in Idaho where that bicyclist was killed by a car. And I know that Mobility has started working on a number of improvements at different intersections throughout the city to reduce car speeds and make biking and pedestrian access safer in Santa Monica. And I would like to just follow up on our original request to bring them back, maybe in conjunction with what Commissioner Landris was asking about with the Big Blue Bus, because I think they're united or linked together, to not only get an update from them about the implementation of the bicycle action plan, but also hear about specific improvements throughout the city that they've made to different intersections and what they have planned. It would be good to get that update.
Okay, we'll make that request.
And that's it.
Great. All right, thanks, everyone. We're going to move on to Planning Commissioner announcements. I have one announcement for the public. This is with regard to the public comment procedures. Requests to speak on an agenda item must be submitted on a speaker's card and submitted to the secretary before the item is called. And with that, I'll turn to my colleagues to see if anybody has any announcements. Thank you, Commissioner Tolkien, Vice Chair Tolkien, for sharing your travel news. But anybody else have any other announcements? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the consent calendar. We have one item on our consent calendar, and Commissioner Landers.
I was going to move the consent calendar. Second.
Great. Motion and a second. Any discussion or desire to pull?
There actually is
Is there public comment?
Oh, I missed, yeah.
public input.
My apologies. Still new to this chair seat here. We're going to go back to public input on non-agenda items. My apologies, Jerry, about that. We do have one request to speak, Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, longtime Santa Monica resident and an honored member of our esteemed Santa Monica Urban Forest Task Force, but I'm speaking just as myself today. Chair Raskin, Vice Chair Tolkien, Planning Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, fellow Santa Monicans, I'd be remiss if I didn't wish everyone a happy Mother's Day, and let's not forget Mother Earth and Mother Nature. And on that note, I'm very proud to say that the city's been doing a great job with these tree giveaways. Arbor Day, they planted trees, they gave trees away, and it was beautiful. At the main library, there were about 50 people lined up when I came by, and it's wonderful. And I think there's going to be another tree giveaway in Douglas Park starting at noon tomorrow. And I'm very honored to be part of the task force and really proud of our landscape department and hope that that's given really high priority as we continue to move on for so many reasons, environmental reasons. I don't even have to tell you, there's still so much that could be done to protect our trees, and all of you planners have a responsibility. I went to the Blue Bus meetings. They're doing a great job. I ride it all the time, and they deserve a lot of credit, and gave us a lot of these wonderful earth balls to give out at our Earth Day event. So it was very nice of the Blue Bus to do that. So I just want to say thank you for all the good work you're doing, but I think we could step it up a little bit more to see what we could do to protect all of our trees, not only the ones on public property, but on private property as well. It's just too important to keep pushing that down the road. Thank you. We have a lot of support. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Thanks for bearing with me while I passed over that agenda item. All right, we'll go back now to the consent calendar. And sorry, just
Moved again.
just to confirm, that was all the public speakers for item 6. And do we have any speakers on the consent calendar? All right. So we've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, I think we can take a vote on the consent calendar.
I think we do all those in favor.
Aye.
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 Those opposed?
All right, hearing none.
Passes 5-0.
Was that a
Great.
voice vote? That's radical.
All
I
right.
love it.
All right, we're going to move on then to agenda item 8A, which is an update from the Public Works Department on the airport conversion.
Good evening. Let me just get set up. Not. It was just on. There we go. It went all the way to sleep. I mean, it's only been 20 minutes. No, it's literally just restarting. Sorry. It was working, I promised.
We're rebooting the park. You're rebooting your computer.
you know,
it's
just-
all good.
A Jill of all trades at this point. There we go. Fully charged, all of that. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Amber Rashane, and I'm the Acting Chief Operating Officer for Public Works, and I lead the airport conversion team. So tonight we wanted to give an update because we were here about this time last year, and a lot has been going on, and we thought we'd just kind of bring you up to speed, and we're excited to kind of start the project in earnest. We've been to a couple commissions, so maybe you've seen some of the branding, but this is where we're headed with the project, which is really exciting. Tonight, we're going to talk about a project overview, a little bit about roles and responsibilities, as well as the Phase 1 engagement activities, and then leave time for questions or comments or other that you have. So first and foremost, there's been a lot of questions around what the team is focused on and how the airport full process is going forward. So the number one thing is that we are focused on closure for December 31st, 2028. In order to get there, there are two scopes of work or two sets of work going on. The first is the airport director, who is under Public Works as well. His job, Stelios, is to operate the airport until that date in adherence with the consent decree. Right? We don't want to do anything that jeopardizes the adherence to that consent decree, because if we don't hold up our end of the bargain, who knows what the FAA will do. So his job is walking a very fine line of adherence to the consent decree, but also understanding that the city is focused on closure. The second team, which is the team that I lead, we are focused on the actual closure process. What does that look like? How do we get there? What steps do we have to take? Because it's a little hard to run an airport and also figure out how to close it, right? It's kind of two different things, as well as leading the engagement process. So when it closes, whenever that is our target date, what are we doing, right? And so that's sort of what we thought you all might be interested in. So that's the two folks, depending on what your questions are. We are also focused on delivering a great park that will serve Santa Monica for generations to come, right? This is a once in, not even a generation, right? This is a multi-generational opportunity. And so we are focused on delivering that great park that was consistent with Measure LC, right? We've been saying that language as well, into the future and really support Santa Monica to thrive for many, many, many years to come. What we've been up to, in December 19th of last year, we got approval for the consultant, who is Sasaki. Maybe you've heard of them. They are a world-renowned landscape architecture firm, planning architecture and other, or landscape architecture and other. We executed a contract with them in this early spring, and we held our consultant kickoff the very next day. So we have been working diligently on getting them up to speed on the existing conditions, remediation, right? What utilities are out there, what utilities aren't out there, what our bike action plan is, what our climate action and adaptation plan is, sort of all those long-term plans of the city, and how does that relate to the airport? Or how has it always turned its, the airport's always kind of been on the side and you can't cut through it, so it's sort of like you have to go around. This is the first time we're really getting to integrate it into the fabric of the city. And working through the engagement strategy. So a little bit about where we are. You may remember a version of this from last year. It was also a year ago, so maybe not. We had, obviously, in 2010 to 2013, we had a lot of early visioning sessions that had gone on. We still use those as information to provide for this current set of engagement work, but that engagement work was only on the 40 acres of the non-aviation land. And so this is the first time we're really getting to look at that full piece of property, right? The full almost 200 acres. So you can see May 2024, we're kicking off the community engagement strategy to create a preferred scenario. If you'll remember, and we'll go through each of the phases in a little bit, just as a reminder, but the goal is to get to a preferred scenario so that we can do our CEQA analysis and EIR. We've done a lot of digging and work, and thank you, Rachel, for being a great source of information, as well as our city attorneys and outside counsel, on do we need to do an EIR to close the airport? And the answer is yes. It counts as a project because the airplanes have to go somewhere else. And so, to the best of our understanding, and legally, we have to do an EIR. Now, what that scope is, that's what's going to be determined by the engagement process. So we intend, or the schedule that we'll go through in a second, has us finishing in December of 25 to get to that preferred scenario. And again, I'll go through those steps in just a sec. And then we've got about 2.5, 3 years if we need it, to go through the EIR, CEQA process, lawsuits, all the things that we expect that are possible. We hope not, but all possible. Then that anticipated closure at the end of 2028, and then that's when we can move into the implementation phase and preferred scenario, phasing, day one strategies, all that kind of stuff. So a little bit more about the phases, since it's been a little bit since we were here. Phase 1 is charting the course. That's where we are right now. Phase 2 is discovering the place and setting the stage. So phase 1 is really about listening to the community. Now that we get to consider all 200 acres of the airport lands, what do we want to do, right? All of those studies were done 10 years ago. Are those still relevant? Or the community engagement was done 10 years ago. Are those properties and things, goals that people laid out, are they still relevant? Have they changed? What do they look like now? Phase 2 is really about, okay, we heard a lot of things in phase 1. Here's what we think we're hearing and where we think there's consensus or collaboration around. So getting to the kind of the guiding principles. Those will be set before a pen is ever put to paper, because phase 3A and, I should say 3B, I'm sorry. 3A is determining the 3 scenarios. So based on the guiding principles of phase 2, then coming up with 3 scenarios of what that could look like, different options, experiences, emphasis. Then from that, going to the preferred scenario. And then the final phase, or not final, but phase 4 is about the path ahead. So now that we have a preferred scenario, what is that phasing? What is that implementation? And you'll see that gets us through the winter of 2025. Right? This is obviously our idealized schedule. We all know planning projects can take many shapes. But we are hopeful, and we think the way we've designed the system, we've got a lot of room for feedback and communication, and this is possible. A little bit more detail on the engagement pieces of each of these strategies. So there's a whole series of planning work that, drawing and things like that go on the side, but we focused on the engagement here because that's really what we're kicking off. You'll see phase 1 at the top there, and actually the colors are a lot better in this room than they're in some of the other places we've presented, but we're happy to provide the PDF, so if you want to spend some time with this, that's totally fine. But we're kicking off with a big community event. At each of these phases, we are also going to have pop-up events to kind of garner additional information from community members that maybe can't come to one big event, right? We don't want to just have one event and leave it be. We are launching a project website as well. The teaser page is up, and you'll see that in just a sec. But a full project engagement website that has our survey, which is it's more than just like kind of a MailChimp survey. It really mimics the experience of going to the community event, so that no matter what time you have available or when or time of day, right, from the comfort of your home, in the language that you're comfortable with, you can participate with the survey at any time and have a similar experience to the community engagement event. We also have some virtual learning sessions that we're setting up on the website so that people can learn about the history of the airport. What is Measure LC? What do all these things mean? You keep throwing around these legal terms, those sorts of things. And figuring out scale as well, right? It's a really big piece of property. What does that mean? How many Clover Parks is it? How many Douglas Parks? Things that people understand the size of to help sort of break down what this scale means. So you'll see throughout Each of these phases, as I mentioned, has one big community event, has a survey that is tailored to each of the phases. There are multiple pop-up events. We will be coming back to boards and commissions and certainly council throughout the process as well, so we can get buy-in and check in as we go. These are sort of the initial ones to say, hey, tell your people to come out to the community kickoff and be excited. This is the website page. This is the landing page. So right now, it'll tell you when the community kickoff event is, which is May 19th. It is in Clover Park, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There is a critical mass and mental health fair the same day, but earlier in the morning. So we're hoping to overlap a little bit at the end and then continue on. Kind of sharing and hoping to get a lot of those kid and youth perspective. That's the actual website for the engagement website. If you have visited the Future of Santa Monica Airport, that's the city's website. That's sort of more historical data, staff reports, info items, things like that. This is really going to focus on the engagement. This is where you'll find the surveys, the learning sessions, documentation, the reports and things that'll be generated that'll show up here. Today, this landing page is live. As of the 15th, the full website will be up. You can also sign up to be notified of goings-on, events, all those sorts of things as we update it. It is available in English and Spanish, and we're excited about that. So as I mentioned, the community kickoff event is May 19th. I'll just keep saying it, so hopefully people can make it. That is a Sunday. It'll be on the east side of Clover Park, over by the trailers and the basketball courts, so that barbecue area number 1. The 4 pop-up events that we've identified for this phase are at the Wednesday Farmers Market in downtown Santa Monica. We get a lot of our restaurant tours then, and we get a lot of our office population then, and retail and restaurant as well. The Saturday Farmers Market is another one at Virginia Park that we'll be tabling at, and we'll have sort of a smaller scale of the boards and things like that from the community event, so it'll sort of be a mini community event. Pancakes in the Park in Ishihara, and then the Juneteenth celebration, which I think Jing said your meeting had gotten moved from. So we're trying to hit a variety of activities. And then I had mentioned an info item. So if you want more information specifically about closure, operation, maintenance, closure, and engagement, there is an info item that was posted at the end of April that kind of goes into a lot of detail. And with that, that's what I have tonight. We're excited to start and would welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you for the fantastic presentation. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Commissioner Landers.
Thanks so much. It's super, it's great to see this moving forward in such a positive way. I guess it's obviously too early to have questions about anything substantive. I did enjoy seeing photos of the mini Super Bloom on the airport property, and so I imagine part of what you're talking about with closure day 1 is kind of just sort of facilitating public access to some of those spaces, which is great. I'm wondering about kind of project orientation. To what extent are you talking not just with stakeholders, we all are stakeholders in the future of the park, but there are property owners surrounding the park, both private and public, including the city, including Santa Monica, right? Like the Parks Department with Clover Park, but SMC, Ruskin Theater, right? All of those really, 18th Street Arts, all those really important players. And then of course there's I guess it's now owned by Boston Properties mostly on the north side. To what extent are you talking with them as part of your process? And the reason that I'm asking that question is, the park is a park that's going to serve the whole community, but how land around the park is oriented, whether it's oriented away from it, as a lot of it is now because it's not facing the airport, or if it's oriented toward the park, drawing people in, is that part of this engagement process? Not looking to privilege them in any way, just trying to get at this idea that that whole it's a new part of our city. And so the built environment is going to matter around the park. And then similarly, because I think it's a similar related question, and you alluded to this, to what extent are we looking at improving north-south? Is the question of kind of mobility corridors, north-south mobility corridors, part of your remit?
Absolutely. And
Trying to keep this general.
yes, because we don't have a lot of answers at this point at all. And that is basically we have the next 8 months and more, but at least the next 8 months to figure out kind of what does the community think now, right? And that's really what this first phase is about. So that the community event is open to everyone, right? If Boston Properties wants to show up and give their input, they absolutely can, right? Same with someone in Mar Vista, right? If they want to come over and tell us what they think. We are asking for people's zip codes just so that we kind of know who's saying what. And yes, people can make that up. We understand that, but at least they have to answer us. So we're garnering that feedback right now. And depending on kind of what we hear in this first phase, right, there's certain things that we expect to hear, right? We know that the field sports people are going to come out in diamond sports and pickleball and tennis certainly, right? We're going to have a lot of moments for conversation for sure. But how, once we kind of have a handle on what is the big pool of stuff that we're talking about, then how does any of that fit and integrate into the fabric of Santa Monica? And that is a very important part. It's why Sasaki has spent a good deal of time with our bike and ped master plan, right? Looking at transit lines and where they are and where they go, and what is the future planning for BBB, right? We've been talking to them, like, what are your plans as this is now even a possibility, right? It's never been a possibility. So it's really new for a lot of parts of the city. And so we're in communication with, excuse me, many of the divisions at the city so that as we learn what the community is thinking, we can start to be planning on our side for what we think is appropriate. Does that answer your question?
It does. I mean, I was really focused in on the question of the sort of immediate surrounding parcels in the sense that presumably there's planning going on there, right? SMC is talking, they're having a whole conversation about student housing, and I don't know whether they're thinking about some of those parking lots, right? Like, the planning that can happen, Santa Monica Business Park leases, I don't track that, but some of those, we may have landmark buildings, surrounding the parcel or on the parcel. I'm just curious how those different pieces that are technically outside the bound acreage of the park, but directly are shaped by the park and will shape the park, how they're playing into your planning process.
They're not necessarily part right now because we're just at the beginning, but we have absolutely been in contact with all of our colleagues at planning who have parts and pieces of that question, and they're integrated as part of the team so that once we kind of get through this phase one communication, then that's probably when we'll start to integrate those pieces.
Thank you. Commissioner Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you for a great presentation. Just a couple questions. At what point will the city have access to the airport to start assessing any kind of environmental remediation work that'll need to be done?
So the airport has to function as an airport until 2028, but there's already, the water department has been working with Boeing on the contamination that's subsurface. We have done some small areas of sampling. We would love to be able to do additional sampling, but it's really hard at an airport. We know, or we assume, that there will be a need for remediation, and so we are planning, let's say, all of the sort of desk review of the information that we have. That is currently what Sasaki is, and Group Delta is their consultant who's really targeting this scope of work. And so they are working very diligently to figure out what the best practices, or maybe the worst practices, right? What is normal at an airport? What do we think we're dealing with? Where do we think that is? And if we can get into target sample, then we will. We just have to work through that process.
Okay, so you'll have a little bit of information, but in 2028, or 2029, you'll actually be allowed to actually start doing the drilling and the actual real assessment.
Yeah. I mean, there's some pieces around, but yeah.
Yeah. I know it's too early on in the process, but I'm just curious, is the Sasaki design contemplating a phased
Absolutely.
project? So it would allow you to do environmental remediation, hopefully in the few places where you do need to do that, but continue the work at the park in other areas.
Yes, and that's where we really want to use our best guesses on where things are, because you don't want to plan your phase one in the middle of where you think the most contamination is. Right. So we want to be mindful of that. A lot of the known contamination is on the Boston Properties side, and it kind of moves a little bit. And so it doesn't seem to be wholly on our side, at least not yet. But we in using kind of the best practice, it's not the right word, but knowing what we know and what smart people who study this think it's going to do, right? Modeling, maybe that's a better word for it. The best modeling that we have, right? We'll stay away from those areas.
So, thank you. So in the 200 acres, is all 200 acres designated as a park, or is there any carve out for other uses besides just parkland?
So the way that Measure LC is written is that the existing uses can stay. It's any new development. Development can be a park, right? You still have to do that. Like if we want an amphitheater there, like that's a development, but park and recreation. So recreational, cultural, and educational are the ones that get to happen no matter what. If there's anything else, that's when it has to go back to the voters.
Okay.
And if it's an existing use, it can stay. So the Cloverfield is there as an example, right? It's a restaurant. A lot of people love it. Yep. Hopefully they stay open for the next 5+ more years, right? Those types of things get to stay.
Okay. And one last question. As we go through this design process, are we dual tracking anything at the city level to determine like the budget that will be needed to demo and to create the park and also to maintain the park? And how do you foresee that being covered by the city's budget? I know that may be out of the scope of this, but I'm just curious how that would happen.
The answer is we don't know just yet, but HRNA and specifically their park-focused division is on the team. And so there's not too much for them to do right now, because it's really hard to say, well, how much does a park cost? We don't know what's in it yet. How much does it cost to maintain it? It depends on what's there. So once we get a little bit further in, they are already looking at innovating financing structures, grants at the federal level, state level, regional, right? While it is a Santa Monica park, it is going to have a regional importance. And so do we want to work with LA in some capacity? Do we want to work with the county? Do we want these other funding streams potentially? And so we're exploring all of those things, but I wouldn't say we have any answers yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Tolkien, I see we're going to take public comment after we finish our questions here, and then we'll go to our discussion after the public comment, but go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, I assume that Sasaki is doing economic feasibility study with this?
Yes.
And also, is the City of LA's property included?
The 17 acres that is kind of over by Bundy, and we wholly own it. So it is, yes, it's in LA, but we own it. And so that is included in the 200 acres.
Okay.
And we are, we talk with our LA City planners on a semi-reasonable, frequent basis, just to see what they're zoning and thinking about, right? They're doing their West Side plan right now. So we're in communication with them, but we are the landowners, and there's since it's municipal, right, it's a little.
Got it.
Yeah.
Just got two questions for you. Do you know when the initial study would kick off for the EIR?
So we need the preferred alternative, which we expect to have at the end of '25. So we would start that EIR process in the very early part of '26. And so that's where we're saying if it's 2 years, 2.5 years, right, as long as we get it done more than 30 days before the closure of the airport, because that's how the notices to the FAA and others to say we want to close the airport, that is the latest that we can give it to them. We can give it to them sooner, and there's pluses and minuses in doing that, but we definitely want to have the EIR certified. Right? That's when it would go to council for a vote. They would vote for closure, and they'd vote for the plan all at the same time. So we expect that to be in the summer of '28.
Okay. Do you anticipate that you'll do any initial maybe phase one assessments or any kind of studies with appropriate resources agencies to figure out what site remediation is necessary before the initial study process kicks off?
We hope so, but the airport, it's not something that the airport can fund, even though if it was the airport that created the contamination, there's this weird loop that you can't get out of. And so we're still working through exactly how we would do that, when we would do that, a lot of that, because it's a working airport, right? We can't close it and put a 60-foot drill down to figure out what all is going on. And so we're still trying to figure out a little bit about how we do that and how soon we can do that. The sooner the better. We would love to get in much sooner than 2028. We're just not exactly sure how we can do that yet.
Got it. Okay. Great. Any final questions before we go to public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll take public comment and then we'll go back to discussion. And thank you again for answering those questions. We have one speaker and it's Jerry Rubin.
Oh, thank you. I want to say thanks for this difficult process and the way it's being done in a fair, balanced way. I mean, naturally, it's no secret, I think the cities would benefit immensely in the future with the closure of the airport and with the wonderful park and any other important things that are good for the community there and around it. I would like to say that the Urban Forest Task Force a few months ago was asking for a presentation, and I know you've given a presentation to the Environmental and Sustainability Commission, very good, but we'd still like you to come to the Urban Forest Task Force. If not, the next meeting, we're meeting every other month, I would imagine in July sometime, because I think that some trees in that park would be kind of beneficial, and to get the heads up in advance about that would be really important, and where and how the whole design will fit in. So I would appreciate that. Everybody would. The other thing is it's good you're going to the farmers market downtown and at Virginia Park, but if there's a way to squeeze in the one at Ocean Park on Sunday on Main Street to throw up a little thing there, that would be good. If you have enough volunteers to do that, that would be a good outreach place as well. But thank you for all the good work.
Great, thanks, Jerry. And I should have asked this beforehand, but are looking for any input specifically from us or anything you need from us?
We are not. This was just an update on the kickoff to the engagement process. So there'll be many more opportunities, to engage in the airport conversion process. But this was just an update to the commission tonight.
Great. Perfect. Okay. Well, with that, I do see some comments. I think Commissioner Landers here first.
I don't have comments. It was just a request that the PowerPoint be added to our agenda so the public can see it. But my only comment is that this is promising, and I look forward to more updates, and definitely want to encourage you to go to as many different boards and commissions and school district advisory committees and college advisory committees as you can. So thanks.
Commissioner Reese?
Yeah, my just comment is I'm also really excited about this process. I mean, as you pointed out, it's a it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where you get to plan 200 acres in a pretty dense urban environment. It is concerning that we cannot get any real good reads on what kind of contamination is out there until 2028, when we're going to be doing planning and environmental planning, not to mention cost analysis. So there's a ton of challenges and for you, so I appreciate the hard work, and I look forward to seeing how this process continues.
Can I ask just one question? I don't know if this is a question for Yijing or who'd answer it, but do you know if we have to zone the airport as parkland before it can be a park?
Not necessarily, no. Yeah, there's different ways to get there, and it's not required to be zoned for it to be parkland.
Interesting. Cool. Commissioner Landers?
Just one more observation. There are quite a lot of workforce development dollars coming down the pike. And that has been on my mind ahead of 2028 because of opportunities to create good pathways to good jobs ahead of the Olympics. Wondering to what extent the city, the airport might be competitive for some of those workforce development dollars to expand your staff and maybe work with SMC students and others on the public engagement, right? Maybe there's a way to create, and on your airport engagement, whatever you have to do. So just an observation that there might be some dollars out there that could be put to good use in support of this project and in support of giving people great training and turning around and then letting them loose around the Olympics or beyond.
Great. Well, seeing nothing further, thank you again. Really fantastic presentation. Look forward to continuing working on this. So I think we're going to move on to the next three study sessions, and I'm going to ask our planning manager perhaps for some advice as to how we should structure the next three items.
I think, we wrote it as the option to hear them all together, but they are really sort of three separate presentations. So maybe we would just suggest the way they're ordered on the agenda would probably be the best way to take these on.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead then with item 8B, which is a presentation on adaptive reuse.
Great. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Jim, good to see you again. It's been a very long time. I am Karin Liljegren. I'm the principal and founder of OmGivning. I've also dedicated the last 25 years of my life to adaptive reuse, so I will try to be brief. So OmGivning, we're an architecture and interiors firm. We're kind of all about uncovering potential, which is what you do when you have an existing building. And in our design approach to macro to micro, on the macro side, we're heavily involved in policy reform, specifically regarding adaptive reuse, and then down to the micro side, that human aspect, the human scale, human-centered design. Omgivning is a Swedish word, and it means the way a space feels around you. There was no English word for that when I was coming up with the firm. So today I call it kind of urban reprogramming, because usually there's some reprogramming when you're doing adaptive reuse. But so I'm going to focus on adaptive reuse policy, kind of using City of LA as an example, because that's been quite successful, where it was, what's happened, and specifically where it's going, because I think there's a lot to learn from the ordinance as it's about to be implemented again. And then I'm going to go through some design ideas, just kind of like to spark people's vision of how some buildings could be reused. So it's a fairly general kind of topic about adaptive reuse today. So going back to '99, you're probably familiar, I know Jim is, when City of LA created the adaptive reuse ordinance. I was actually in Santa Monica working for KFA at the time. I got thrown on the first set of projects at the Old Bank District, and I got sucked in, and so for the next about, 10 years, 99 to 2009, I oversaw about 2,000 units that came online, and about 14,000 units were created overall in that time. Now, that ordinance was very specifically created for the historic district. That was the primary intent because it was almost completely empty at the time. And a lot of the buildings in the majority of the historic district have a pretty similar size, shape, configuration, and built around the same time. So it made it relatively easy, once we kind of got the ball rolling, to also supplement in a building code to work with that. So actually going back just one thing, if you know downtown at all, there's Broadway, which is a very different type of street than, say, Spring and Main, which the majority of these buildings were in Spring and Main. Broadway had very different types of buildings. Almost every building is different. Low-rise, high-rise, huge buildings, skinny little buildings with no windows on the side. And I was involved in trying to create a commercial reuse ordinance for that district. And it was very difficult because every building was so different. So we did kind of come up with something, and that's a longer story. But, and I think, you know, looking at Santa Monica, there are probably so many different types of buildings or sizes or scales that you're considering or have to think about. So I think that's part of the challenge, right, is thinking about the different types. So the Adaptive Reuse Ordinance 2.0 was when the city said, okay, we're ready for this next jump start. Between 99 and, let's see, I guess they started this about 2020, 2021. They had expanded the downtown ordinance, so it also included Hollywood and Koreatown, but it was only in those specific areas. So the idea was to create a citywide, the entire city of Los Angeles, right? So at that point, that's when we started to work with planning, and they started with the original language of the first adaptive reuse ordinance, and then a lot of folks from the private sector and planning agencies were coming up with new ideas of what could be integrated. So what we were doing was taking some of the incentives and doing these really quick kind of massing studies to understand how does it impact different building types. So, you know, looking at like a two-story industrial building. If you're adding one entire floor of an addition, what does that mean? Or there's another aspect of the upcoming adaptive reuse ordinance, which is called a unified adaptive reuse ordinance, in which you might have a surface lot next to an existing building. There's certain aspects of that which is similar to transferring floor area, but there's a little bit more incentives, for example, if the building's historic or the way it's calculated. So, you know, we were kind of like testing these on different building types. So tall, skinny buildings, for example, if you put a one-story addition on, it really doesn't give you much. If you have a long flat, you know, or like two-story building, that one-story addition could give you a lot of potential financial incentives, right? So if we look at the ordinance that's coming out very soon, so there's two different avenues in which it's occurring. There's the citywide adaptive reuse ordinance. That one will only be for housing. You can only use it if you're converting to housing. And then there's also a downtown adaptive reuse 2.0. It's integrated into the new community plan. So that has taken, I don't know, whatever, like year 12 or something now. It's like still not out. But the citywide ordinance is actually going relatively fast. So I'm gonna hit, these are the main incentives. And a lot of times people will ask me, well, what are the financial incentives? You know, is the city giving money, or are there tax incentives? There's none of that, but there are a lot of financial incentives integrated into the physical ability of what you can build, right? So an obvious incentive is buy right. That's the no-brainer. You know, if you can save 2 years plus, you know, in your entitlement process, that's incredible. Some other things, eligibility. So now the eligibility, where it used to be a 50-year, approximately 50 years, now it's 15 years. And you can even go less if you get a CUP. but, really kind of opening and expanding out to more recent past buildings. A huge advantage of making it allowable with more recent past buildings also is that recent past buildings are probably going to be a lot less expensive to convert. They have better, they're more code compliant. They probably have compliant exiting systems and fire life safety systems. So that can make it a lot more viable. And I'm sure we all know and have heard how expensive adaptive reuse is, right? So creating these financial incentives are vital to remove empty buildings from, empty buildings are the kiss of death for all cities, right? And downtown LA is in horrific shape due to this problem right now, not in the last, we're in this next depth. We're going to come back up. So back to this, there's a minimum of 5 units, so I think also integrating what is the minimum that can kind of trigger this ordinance to be used. If you're looking at, say, a very small building in Santa Monica, maybe a smaller commercial building, maybe there's retail on the ground floor, and there's commercial on the second floor, and maybe someone just wants to convert the second story and it's more of a mom and pop kind of owner-occupier, that might be a consideration in terms of just allowing the second floor. So that's probably not going to be 5 units, but if it's a larger building, knowing that someone's not just converting 1 unit so they could use the incentives for the whole building and get that benefit. Additions, so what City of LA is doing is if you're doing market rate housing, because reminder, this ordinance has to be to housing. If you're doing market rate housing, you can add 1 story on top of the roof, but it has to be for residential amenities. So the pool and the gym and the da-da-da, or if it's a smaller building, maybe it's a nice garden or something like that. If it's affordable housing, then you could do 2 entirely new floors, 2 new floors of addition on top of the building. Those are great. And then I think a very important thing is to look at an existing building and its reuse as let whatever can happen within the envelope of the building just happen. So not limiting density, number of units, not limiting even floor area. So for example, a lot of commercial buildings have very tall floor-to-floors, especially on the ground floor, potentially a roof penthouse or the top floor. And those are great opportunities to put in even more than, say, just some mezzanines, maybe a whole intermediate floor if that's appropriate. That might not be appropriate for a lot of locations, but kind of letting the building and fire codes and other codes kind of dictate what can be safe and habitable within the envelope of the building. And no matter what, if you're converting to housing, you're always going to be decreasing occupancy. So it really kind of eliminates the NIMBYism and kind of all that kind of stuff. Let's see, other things. Yeah, it's also, you can use this ordinance and it will automatically exempt you from any other specific plans. They wanted to make sure that they were writing in that there was no conflict. And I think we're still making sure that it's not going to be superseded by a state bill, because some of the state bills that are coming out are really great, but a lot of them have affordability requirements or prevailing wage requirements, which are wonderful things, but a lot of times most times, they make the project not financially feasible. So it's really about figuring out how to give incentives so that it can be financially feasible. So yeah, no affordable or prevailing wage, reduced or no parking. So the citywide, it looks like that implementation is, and they're still saying Q4, last time I heard, of 2024 this year. I'm saying Q1, because you know how that goes, but it's coming along. Some other adaptive reuse incentives. You've probably all heard about the National Historic Tax Credits. There are also historic tax credits that have been funded, but they haven't been implemented yet, so they cannot be used, but they are funded, and they've been funded, I think, for 3 years, so the bucket is filling up. There's the energy efficiency tax deduction, the federal 179D, which is becoming very helpful, especially on larger projects. There's the Revitalizing Downtowns Act, That's pending. There's a lot of things pending. There is a California bill right now that no one seems to know about, so I like to bring it up, is if you're doing a seismic retrofit, you can exclude that cost from the valuation of the building. This is a state bill in terms of your property tax, so that's good for people to know about. And then there's a bunch of new things, kind of, well, we probably all know about AB 2097. The two big ones that are pending right now, one is expanding the Mills Act. The second one is AB 2910. This is an alternative building code. It basically is allowing local jurisdictions to create their own alternative building codes instead of having to use the state codes. I mean, I could talk for 10 hours just on that. It's very complicated. I won't get into it. But if anyone does, I know this is not a building code audience, but if anyone wants more information on that, I'm happy to talk about it. Yeah. Okay, so now some just like design ideas to kind of get your head around some things. So this is an example of, say, an existing strip mall. And this would be showing as an example where you have a surface lot. This is a corner L-shaped existing building. This one's actually in West LA. And then there's like a subterranean parking level. And this just works really well to make that surface lot into kind of the outdoor areas and keep the parking below, and just to have some like longer skinny units and creating this really nice connection to that garden park area, and probably some hybrid common / more private areas in the transition between. I like to show this because this is an example of what could be a very low cost conversion to housing, and especially along a metro, metro corridors. And if someone, if this building, for example, was going to trigger seismic upgrades or other big building upgrades, maybe adding that next story, or if it's affordable housing, 2 stories could make it financially viable. And you could really increase the housing stock. But for the most part, these buildings are a little bit more recent. And if you do a light touch, you can really kind of keep the existing elevator, the stairs, the structure, and make it into housing. On a larger scale, we've been looking at a lot of high rises of all different sizes, and also doing partial conversions. So, if you think about your Wilshire corridor, specifically, most of those larger high rises have multiple elevator banks that serve multiple floors. And that's a relatively easy way to kind of separate those uses of, say, part office, part resi. They can also kind of be controlled on the ground floor. You do want to control separately office to residential in terms of access. But another benefit, for example, is shared amenities. Most office buildings these days are moving into if we're Class B or C office, we got to become a Class A so we can get everybody to come to our building because we're cooler than everybody else. And the same thing has been going on for a long time with residential amenities and how they're so high-end and really wonderful. But in a very tall building, there's no reason really why you can't even combine those shared amenities and share those spaces. If you think about the office worker who wants to go down and sit by the pool at lunch with his laptop, or somebody that wants to bring their kids on the weekend to the pool of the office building he works in, it's like thinking about it in different ways. The other thing that I hear a lot is, it's a large office floor plate, we can't convert that to housing. I can't stress strongly enough how incorrect that is, and that I think with creative design, you can make any building into housing. Is it financially viable? To me, that is the actual question. And in most cases, it's not financially viable, right? So this is all trying to figure out how do we make it financially viable so we don't have empty or underutilized buildings. We've done a lot of work in trying to communicate how you can have longer units, how this is an example, say, of a almost 60-foot long unit, and You know, if you kind of stack your bedrooms and your bedrooms have glazing so that you're getting borrowed light. And a lot of these buildings too have much larger windows than a traditional residential building. So a commercial building usually has, you know, floor to ceiling or curtain wall, or if it's a historic building, just really big, huge windows. And so that light can really kind of get in. You also have higher floor to ceiling spaces. So again, that light can really get in depth. And I know we would all love to have a bedroom with a window, but there's also, you know, a bedroom is supposed to be a place for sleep, and, you know, maybe some other things. But sleep, and you need darkness, and you need quiet. And especially if you're in a city environment, having those deeper in is actually kind of a good thing. And the middle space, say, whether it's a bedroom or a home office or whatever it is, again, so say you have nice glass that you can kind of open up, you have clear story windows to the window, to the bedroom in the back, and you can have a really beautifully well-designed unit that is long and deep. And this is just trying to show an example of how these large floor plates could be addressed. There's lots of other things I won't go into. The other thing I really want to promote is the ability to have live, work, residential spaces on ground floor uses. Not every street is appropriate for this, but I think in Santa Monica, even way, way more than other parts of LA, certainly downtown. It doesn't have to be a massive building, but just the idea of how an empty retail space, showing on the right the existing condition, can be live, work units and really kind of activate. Again, there's nothing worse for our cities than empty, besides the whole building being empty, the ground floor being empty. Eyes on the street, connection to the street, interaction. There's a lot of ways to design it so that those residents can feel safe and there's the engagement with the public way. So that's always a good one. And then industrial buildings. So, you know, this was a little study about, you know, just kind of like your classic boat truss building, and how, you know, you could potentially carve, you know, basically you're leaving the envelope where you're ripping off part of the roof, and you have some smaller courtyards within, but you're still keeping the structure and everything of the existing building. They always have high ceilings. You can almost always put in a mezzanine loft type of thing. And of course, it made me think of Santa Monica Airport. It was really, oh, she's gone. But it was really fun to hear what's going. In fact, our office did the initial assessment, I think it was 2018. So we looked at every single building on the airport property, and we did an analysis. And I just want to give a plug that I think it's really important to keep a lot of those buildings because it's about the history of that entire site and how important that is, and to reuse them. I think these were some of the images. I just stole one of the pages that we presented in the thing, you know, how you can have those types of industrial buildings. I did hear her say you can't change the use, and there's creative ways that we can deal with that too. And then just, I think this is my last slide, just thinking about, again, different building types that, you know, might be more in your jurisdiction and how an ordinance could be applied to the different ones. I think I kind of talked about some of the different ways. If you look at, say, the bottom right one, that's an example of, you know, again, I'm not actually 100% sure, but as a generic example, the first floor being a very high floor to ceiling, which gives an opportunity, especially if that's not like a big bang space anymore, and maybe they're live work units, then you could have townhomes. You could have 2-story units within that tall floor to floor. And the same thing with the roof penthouse. You know, you could even keep that penthouse and poke openings in it, make it, especially if it's not historic, we could have more fun with it. You could really open it up with glazing, and then you could really get a lot of units in that building, which would be fantastic. And the longer buildings that are, say, 2 to 4 stories, having the opportunity to really add on top, even with those additions, you're going to significantly decrease traffic because you're turning an office into residential, significantly less human beings in that space. I think that was it that I had. Oh, I was right on time. Love that.
Great. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Reese?
First of all, thank you very much. Indirectly, you and I worked on a heck of a lot of adaptive reuse projects in 2000. Have you worked on one adaptive reuse that was 100% affordable?
So I'm happy to talk about that because I'm working on one right now in Glendale. And it's a senior low-income housing. It's under construction. And you want me to talk a little bit about why it's difficult?
Yeah, because I think that's what I want to get to, is that
Yeah.
in the best case scenario, they're really financially challenging to do market rate, much less affordable. And I think there's going to be a lot of pressure to try to create some affordable out of adaptive reuse.
So, well, first let me talk about market rate because, I mean, I can't tell you how many developers I'm talking to all the time because I'm always trying to figure out how we can make it work, you know, what if, da-da-da, da-da-da. And usually what they're saying is for example, downtown LA, the rents have actually gone down. They've stabilized and gone down a little bit. And so the comps can't support even if the basis is really low and they get the building really cheap, the cost of conversion, it is what it is. But the rents can't support it at the end. And so what they always say to me is, if it was in Santa Monica or the West Side, we could make it work. I have heard that at least 20 times. So that's something to anecdotally hear. Now, the reason why affordable is difficult, and specifically using LIHTC, right? So LIHTC projects have these very tight timelines, right? So once you get funded, you have 6 months to pull your permit. So at least in the city of LA, that is, even with ED1, is quite a challenge. But then you throw on top of it an adaptive reuse project, which typically takes a lot longer to get through the city. That also adds a challenge. But the other challenge is that once you get funded to that 6-month period, you also have to have a firm construction cost, which is difficult. I would say that I could make it work. You know, we could find a way to do it. But I think for most people, when they think of adaptive reuse, oh, there's so many unknowns, you don't know what you're doing, and then it all depends on when you're actually getting the building and do you have the funds to do all the proper due diligence, soft demos, and the studies in order to actually figure out what you can do with the building. With affordable housing, that rarely occurs. And so I think just some of those typical ways that these projects happen make it much harder with affordable. HRNA did a great study and submitted it to LA City because everyone knew that, you know, people were going to want to make affordable required, you know, inclusionary zoning, inclusionary housing in some regard. And so they have a study, I can't remember which aspect that was, but showing financially how it doesn't work if you mandate affordable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Is there any, so the City of LA ordinance is a good place as a starting point. I agree. Are there any things in there that you're pushing for that you're not seeing get in there at this point?
Good question. You know, I have to do my next review. I haven't done it in over a year, so I'll have to let you know. I mean, we worked really hard with them during the pandemic. We were kind of like their boots on the ground. So a lot of the things that they have in there, because we were kind of pushing it, or we did those studies, you know, and then we could say, oh, we need to turn the lever up here, or this is good, you know, this would give an incentive. So, yeah, I have to get back to you if there's more than I think.
Okay, well, I mean, we've been pushing Holly on that as well, and I have not seen a new revision come out, so if you see
it was, I think, about a month ago. So if that's the same one that you've seen.
Okay.
Okay. They're doing public comment right now, I think, for another couple of weeks or something.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Tolkien?
This is not a question, this is a comment. Can I do that now?
Let's hold off on that for a moment.
Okay.
Let's just ask questions. Any, no? Commissioner Landers?
Yeah, I'm familiar with some the successful adaptive reuse that I've kind of wandered through is a lot of it's in the Arts District and with substantially older buildings. And I'm just wondering, when you look at Santa Monica in particular, and, you know, I don't put anybody on the spot that they haven't announced that they want to do a project, but I guess I'm most familiar with these really old, like real 1910s, 1920s, right? These buildings that have great bones being reimagined. What is it? How does that play out differently with, you know, we have a lot of Class A office space that is not especially exciting, but maybe could be great housing. But I don't know, you know, is there enough room to put in even the kind of piping that is needed to suddenly have a whole bunch of flushing toilets and sink drains, and, you know, how does that play out with smaller, you know, shorter floors and different kinds of floor plates?
So, first of all, so if a building is already Class A, that building's not going anywhere. Because, I mean, everybody's like trying to move to Class A, everybody's trying to reposition their building to be Class A. I threw these on here, I found it like 2 seconds, and these aren't, I don't even know if any of them are, I think maybe one is in Santa Monica. But this felt more West Side to me. And I feel that this is the wave. This is the proper wave, and these are the buildings that are really having high vacancy. I don't actually know anything about Santa Monica's vacancy. So
sure, and I should say that they were Class A when they were built. They're not Class A anymore,
okay.
Right? You know, but like that style.
So but these are exactly the prime types of buildings that need to be and should be adaptively reused, right? And this is where I was saying before that I think that these are also the types of buildings that probably have better bones. Bones meaning infrastructure like elevators, fire life safety systems, stairs that are going to make it a little bit lower cost to convert them. And they're ready for Chapter 2, don't you think? They need a little reboot. Yes, they don't have the like gorgeous, iconic, historic, you know, character. But they're existing buildings, and we shouldn't tear them down, and we need to reuse them. And the floor-to-floors, they're still significantly higher than residential. So that is totally not a big deal at all in terms of plumbing, chases, and everything. They're still quite a bit higher than typical residential floors.
And do we have environmental safety concerns here? I mean, you know, we can do massive asbestos abatement as needed, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think a lot of the newer ones are going to need anything. Don't quote me on that. The 1920s buildings definitely had a lot of asbestos and lead abatement and everything. And that was just part of what has to go in your number to, it's not a big deal. It's just part of what needs to be done to convert the building.
Thanks.
So before we start discussing this first, are there any public comments on this one? Are you looking for any direction for this, or is this also mostly informative?
We invited Karin to come because she's obviously has a ton of experience in this, and it was to really, this is the commission's first foray into this sort of a discussion. We're going to get into some substantive policy discussions in the next item, so this one was an inform and educate opportunity to ask questions, you know, just to educate the commission about it, so.
Great. In that case, maybe we'll take some just brief comments now, and understanding we're going to talk about this, I think, coming up in a few minutes. But Commissioner Tolkien, you had something you wanted to say?
I just want to thank you for the presentation, and anything you can do to enable talented architects to do better rehabs of existing buildings is to be applauded.
Thank you. Thank you very
You
much.
may not be able to do things like the Bradbury building, and who would want
That's
to?
one of a kind for sure.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you. I have just a quick question before we jump into discussion. So I thought I heard you say that, you know, when you're converting into residential use to kind of basically whatever you can do within the envelope of the building, insofar as you're maintaining your fire code and life safety considerations, that is really that's your preferred approach, and that's really like, can you give us a little bit more guidance on that?
Sure. So it was, for example, when I was talking about, the current, soon-to-be former adaptive reuse ordinance from '99. If I was to take, If I was going to add any floor area, I had to trade it for something else in the building. So for example, if I had a basement that was storage and I wanted to put a basement bar down there, whatever that square footage was, I would need to either remove from the building or all the little shafts for toilet exhaust, I'd have to add them all up and subtract. It was just silly. I mean, it's in the building, it's within the envelope. The other thing, as I was talking about, again, say a ground floor, like that's a great building on the bottom right. Those could be 2-story townhomes instead of this massive ground floor ceiling height. You could come in and you have a double height living, dining, kitchen, and then you have bedroom and you have bedroom. So you're adding floor area without having to fuss over how much floor area you're calculating. Because really, again, the occupancy is so far below what the current occupancy and traffic and everything is of that building. So those kinds of things.
Are those types of considerations addressed in the alternative building code that you mentioned?
No, so the old one that we have kind of still working a little bit is, it's partially integrated, but this is part of that new alternative building code would allow us for some alternative building standards. But that's more like you have a historic building and maybe there's one stair, maybe the stairs aren't compliant, right? Or they don't have a vestibule that goes into the stair. I mean, to just allow certain conditions that are alternative still upgraded. Yeah, that's why I said if from the planning zoning perspective, whatever's in the envelope, let the market drive it, but building and safety and fire, it still needs to be built to code.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Reese?
So I'm always very focused obviously on the zoning part of it, but like Division 85 is a really critical part of you guys' ability to do that. Is that available to architects in Santa Monica, or is that something that LA created, or is that state law?
It's LA created.
Okay.
It comes from California Health and Safety Code, which has a specific entity in it or language that says if you're converting a building to joint living and work quarters, then you can have alternate building standards. And so then that's where LA created Chapter 85.
Okay.
But now the city attorney is saying, no, that you can't do that. And the fire department is saying, no, we have state codes you have to follow. So there's an argument right now. So that new bill is trying to bring that back, that a local jurisdiction can create their own alternative standards. And we're not talking about like unsafe buildings. We're just talking about like slightly alternative. Again, you have an old building that's empty versus upgrading it significantly and having people in it that is way safer, right?
But the point for us to take away here is it's not only us writing a zoning code, it's getting some tweaks to our building code to allow these things to happen. And that's probably even the more important part of, I mean, they're all important.
I think the zoning planning is more important.
You think to get rid of the density in the floor area things.
And entitlements and just make it easy and fast. Yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, I would say yes, alternative building standards too, but I think that takes a long time, and that's very hard to make holistic decisions on when there's so many different building types. You're talking about a high-rise that's from the 20s, or are you talking about a 2-story brick building off the promenade,
So how would we deal with that right now? I mean, so we can do the zoning code without, we could mimic what LA has and do something quickly, but if a developer went through and all of a sudden our building department's like, well, we don't have alternatives, you need to meet full code, they're stymied. So it seems like we have to do.
I mean, in City of LA right now, you're kind of almost having to do full code. I mean, we get RFMs, requests for modifications for all the various things, but Chapter 85 has kind of become not applicable anymore because the fire department won't use it anymore. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Yep. I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Landers.
So I'm going to get ahead of myself. I'm looking at the next item and things that staff is asking, and I want to. There's some information that I think would be helpful in this context. before we get to that. As we think about adaptive reuse, as I understand it, there's aside from this question about Division 85, on the zoning side, there's a great deal of discretion from the state for municipalities to design their own adaptive reuse ordinances. Is that right?
Yes, and also some of the bills are trying to mandate it, like the AB 3068. So they're trying to make it by right
Yeah,
statewide.
Yeah.
But they are requiring affordable and prevailing wage.
so I guess what I'm getting at is there a pathway to affordability inside some of these projects that does not depend on LIHTC? In other words, is there a way, we've had long conversations in Santa Monica about how we get more live workspaces. After COVID, I'm thinking we ought to be rethinking all of our assumptions about what it means to live in a place and have a job. And we have these very bifurcated notions of what it means to occupy a residence as opposed to go to work. Those concepts are just really changing, and they're changing for some people, and they're, exactly the same as they were pre-COVID for other people. But, a good code would allow for multiple forms of residence and live work, and maybe different sizes of units, different types of units, thinking like studios on the, above live work units or whatever it is, and you've got this envelope that you can play with, and if you're putting in different forms of walls inside the building, you have flexibility, right? So my question from that is there a pathway with the right incentives to say, yeah, we're going to take away the impact fees, we're going to do this by right, we're going to streamline, but you got to give us some affordable, and we know you can, because when we've done all these things, you can make a ton of money on these units over here on this wing of that building, and you can have 80% AMI, 60%, 30%, whatever, or even 120, which we don't have enough of in this city, but we could mandate it and it would still pencil. Do you see what I'm getting at? And maybe it's naive, so tell me I'm wrong.
Mean, it's tricky because it's competing agendas. But I think the most important thing to just always remember is that converting a building is really expensive, and especially if the basis is high, when someone's getting it at, it almost, most of the times right now it is not viable at all.
Okay.
So creating more regulation instead of giving carrots is probably not going to make it work. So giving carrots. So what I would say is, what I liked about what they added with LA City was you can add 2 stories on top of the building if you make them all affordable housing, if the whole building is affordable housing. But if you make it market rate, you can only do 1 story, and it has to be for residential amenities. I think that's a good trade-off because it gives the carrot of additional because an affordable developer is an affordable developer, and a market rate developer is a market rate developer. The two do not cross. So it's opening the door to more opportunities with more carrot, but still trying to get the impact of more affordable housing. I think make it a carrot.
And you're saying in the LA model, those 2 stories, the whole project is affordable, or just those 2 stories have to be affordable?
I believe it's the whole project.
So it's 100% or nothing?
But if you're an affordable housing developer, it is the whole project.
Right, yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But there's no path to moderate rate, there's no path to some inclusionary.
Well, again, I would just go back to.
From the financing standpoint, not from right.
Well, yeah.
I'm asking, will it pencil?
So almost nothing is penciling right now.
Got it.
And so that's why I'm saying if you're adding a reduction of revenue based on that inclusionary zoning, you're going to kick out a lot of developers that won't be able to do it.
Okay. I hear you. Thanks.
It's tough,
Great. Well, I think we'll be having more to say about this as we move through our agenda tonight, but thank you very much for the really,
This was really fun. This is,
yeah.
I'm so excited for Santa Monica. Yeah, this is, yay.
yeah, all very cool. Great.
Okay, do I turn this off or? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Let me ask our staff team, do y'all want to power through the next two items? You guys will take like a 5-minute break? What do you guys think?
We're fine if you're.
Let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 7:40.
Separate. Got lower, right? This thing got lower, didn't it? It does, it goes down.
Oh.
Not go up higher than this.
Yeah.
Just
I
like,
didn't even realize it.
7:44. So in terms of structuring the next two, so there are two separate presentations for 8C and 8D, right?
they are, yeah, Bergamot is a lot more in depth because there's like a couple of phases, pieces to that. So we split them up into two presentations. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Unless my colleagues object, I think we should just go ahead with 8C.
Can I just ask, to what extent, like this, it was really helpful to have the previous presentation before we get into the, into the housing element next bucket. Is there anything in the, I want to get my letters right. Is there anything in 8D that we need to know before we do 8C?
No,
Okay,
there's not, yeah.
okay. Thanks.
Great. All right. Let's go ahead.
Okay. So this is the presentation for Housing Element Phase 2 progress update. So basically what we were here in January to give you basically just a kind of a refresher on the Phase 2 Housing Element implementation programs. Obviously, the lion's share of the work happened last spring with Council's adoption of all of the housing element programs related to housing production. So tonight is really just a progress update on where we've been ahead of the Planning Commission's formal recommendation to Council anticipated July, August of this summer. Our deadline is October of this year, so we're planning to be at City Council in September. So we have a handful of guiding policy questions here. I'm going to run through the bulk of the programs, and I'm going to turn over to Rachel for the bulk of our policy questions on the adaptive reuse ordinance, which is why we had Givning come and give the presentation ahead of this item. So this is where we are in terms of the schedule of Phase 2 implementation. You can see we're at this study session. We will have ongoing working groups through this month to try and sort of refine, some of our technical pieces for implementation of these programs. And then we anticipate being before the City Council for a study session in June, back to the Planning Commission, July, potentially August, because it's some red lines coming back at you, and then Council adoption at the end of September. So the first program to give you an update on is with respect to streamlining the architecture review process. So there's a lot of work that's been done already previously in terms of moving things towards staff approval. This is more of kind of a refinement of that process to follow through on commitments in the housing element with respect to a number of hearings, time limits for review, ensuring that the design review process is not an impediment to housing production. And there's sort of a subset of that that has already been done with respect to the city's compliance with SB 35 for housing projects that have 50% affordable in them. So there's already an interim zoning ordinance that includes objective design standards for SB, those sorts of qualifying SB 35 projects. That IZO is expected to be folded into the permanent red lines that Council will adopt in September. Second program is the right of first offer ordinance. The commitment here is to basically explore this idea, and just a refresher, it's a program that would basically allow nonprofit affordable housing providers to be more competitive in the land buying market. We will be, there's a state law, SB 1079, that sort of supports and promotes this. So, the work products here would be informational materials to promote what that bill allows. And then primarily here will be a white paper to the council, essentially kind of outlining best practices with respect to right of first offer ordinances. They are very complex to administer, even more complex to make successful, I think is, what we're initially finding. So in terms of the amount of work it takes to put something like that up, want to provide that sort of cost benefit analysis to the council before we kind of go down the road of actually formally doing something like that. Whoops. Program 2C is kind of like the second part of the AHPP. Really, we have fully implemented Program 2C, but we had kind of deferred a handful of things that were would have required more research and thinking through with respect to kind of evolution of the AHPP. And it really had to do with looking at more alternatives for compliance in terms of, expanding the ways that you could comply with the off-site affordable housing. Could we look at a mixed compliance option where someone could pay a fee and do on-site, for example? All that thinking was kind of before state density bonus law has evolved in the manner that it has. That has, kind of made maybe the off-site option less interesting. And I think, what we heard pretty clearly from the council in their adoption of the ordinance implementing AB 1287 is that, the council's policy direction is a preference, really a directive that we want the units on site first and foremost, and not to kind of look at other ways, or, is there a necessity to look at other ways to create flexibility within AHPP? I think just, the kind of our context has changed, when we first were thinking about, hey, let's take a look at these different things. I think given state density bonus law, there isn't really the need to kind of go down the road of looking at other kinds of options. Doesn't mean we couldn't come back to that in the future, but at this moment, it's not something, that there's a need to be pursuing at this time. Program 3A is really what was supposed to be making permanent the replacement requirements in SB 330 and as amended by SB 8. So these are the anti-displacement requirements. This is another one where state law then evolved, after the program was written, such that it now was initially going to expire in 2025. It's now been extended to 2030. The anti-displacement requirements are actually already written into the zoning code in terms of consistency with state law. We kind of touched base with HCD on this, just kind of be like, do we really have to, keep amending like every time state law changes? And, we got back the feedback that no further action is necessary to continue to implement this program. But we did have one policy question with respect to 3A, and it's kind of a question within the implementation SB 330. So when you provide replacement units, where you have protected units that are being removed and replaced, SB 330 has the option that they be deed restricted or rent controlled. We have heard in the past that there was a preference from council, and I believe from the commission as well, that the replacement units be deed restricted as affordable. So there's sort of that guaranteed long-term affordability in the way that rent control does not provide because of Costa-Hawkins. So, I think our question here to the commission is, should the city codify a preference for replacement units to be deed restricted as affordable or rent controlled? Right now, there's kind of the option open to the applicants, and the law does allow the city to, require one or the other, or both. Program 1E, I won't spend a bunch of time on this because we have a really substantive presentation on the Bergamot Objective Design Standards, but that is Program 1E. We'll come back to that in your next agenda item. Program 1I is ensuring that local regulations support innovations in construction technology. So these are process improvements for qualifying projects. We've had initial conversations with our building and safety department in terms of like defining what are projects that have innovations in construction technology, and what kinds of process improvements would they qualify for. We've also been alerted to changes in state law with respect to factory-built housing. Plan check fees for factory-built housing will need to be reduced per state law. And, we have been kind of making progress in terms of streamlining the building permit process. So those discussions are ongoing. With respect to factory-built housing, HCD administers the factory-built housing program, and what this requires is that when a factory-built housing is proposed, the city is prohibited from requiring the review of any of those plans if they've already been approved by HCD or HCD's approved third party. In addition, you can't require the factory-built housing to meet local code requirements other than you can see their use requirements, fire zones, wind pressure. We are allowed to impose like setbacks, side and rear. So sort of like things that you would generally apply to any other kind of development. You just can't create something that says like, these are additional standards because you're factory-built housing. You're also allowed to regulate architectural and aesthetic requirements. We recognize that as part of this, there's probably a section in our zoning code that probably is a little outdated in light of the state law, so we've been looking to make amendments to that particular zoning code section. Programs 2I and 5B are with respect to updating our residential land use classification and removing barriers to fair housing. So you can see here that what we've been doing lately is comparing all of the land use classifications in the zoning code. They're sort of cross between residential and non-residential, and sort of a lot of cleanup, of that particular code section and the definitions around them, and ensuring consistency with state laws. We've been consulting with our city attorney's office with respect to fair housing compliance, which is a very complex topic, to say the least. And so work continues in that regard, and also consulting with human services staff to review the facilitation of this new low barrier navigation center land use, which is kind of an evolution of what was formerly emergency shelters. And now I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to kind of go through the adaptive reuse portion of this.
Thank you. Very grateful for Karen to be here because she did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of introducing the topic. So as you know, we are embarking on our drafting of the adaptive reuse ordinance. We've already actually made significant progress in doing public outreach. We did a public webinar virtually, and then we also hosted a technical working group. While it wasn't a huge technical working group, we did get a small number of people that were really experts in the field and provided really great feedback. So I think we have, a lot to work with in starting our first draft of the ordinance. Just to kind of back up, as Karen had said, obviously the city of LA has their adaptive reuse ordinance, and their adaptive reuse ordinance, the latest draft, actually, as she said, was issued last month. And so we've been tracking that, and we've actually had some discussions with the city of LA planning staff on this adaptive reuse ordinance, and kind of talking through some of their challenges and how they created this ordinance. So that has been very helpful. City of San Francisco also recently just updated their adaptive reuse ordinance in compliance with their housing element as well. So while they had one in place, they also did an update to really kind of beef up the incentives for adaptive reuse. And then of course the city of Long Beach has one. As far as I know, that adaptive reuse ordinance has been in place, but it has not been recently updated. So just to kind of go back, provide some background, a lot of this was already discussed by Karen, so I won't belabor it. Financial barriers is one of the biggest barriers to adaptive reuse. As she had said before, sometimes residential rents might be lower than the current office rents, and bringing things up to code, particularly seismic code, can be very, very expensive. Also, Class A office space is highly valued in the city, so you don't see a whole lot of conversion of Class A office space. You'll most likely see them in Class B and Class C. And if a building is partially vacant, it might be expensive to buy out all of the tenants. So if you think about all of these and what you can actually build when you tear down and build up, it might be more cost effective to just build from the ground up. And so a lot of developers and landowners might not be enticed to do adaptive reuse, which is why we are here today to discuss creating an adaptive reuse ordinance to really beef up the incentives and sweeten the pot for them. Karen just discussed this a lot. I feel like I need to kind of scratched all of this stuff because based on this, these are not an issue if you have her on your team. So as we heard before, access to light and air, are some of the things that we've heard have been technical, barriers to adaptive reuse. While they might not make it infeasible, they might just make it more difficult. We've heard that, with office buildings, there are some vertical structural elements such as elevators and support columns that go right through the building, so you might have to design around those. Mechanical and plumbing systems you have to bring up to code and include or, install. And there might be some structural deficiencies. I mentioned the seismic retrofit. That is a big financial cost. And then, of course, here we are touching on zoning barriers, regulatory barriers. And so, tonight we'll be discussing, perhaps relaxing or waiving some of the requirements that's in our zoning ordinance, like unit mix, parking, open space, et cetera. Impact fees, whether or not we should be waiving or reducing impact fees for adaptive reuse projects. And so the focus of our phase of this adaptive reuse ordinance and phase 2 is on the zoning ordinance piece. We recognize that building code updates will need to happen. We've actually had some ongoing started discussions with our building and safety division on this, and we recognize that, there's a lot of things happening too at the state level. The state has already started to convene a commission to look at a commission of experts to look at the state building code to see if there's any kind of flexibility or amendments that need to be made to the state building code to really encourage adaptive reuse. So I feel like because state building code needs to change really at the state level, we're holding off on building code updates until after we do this adaptive reuse ordinance. But we are right now obviously just gathering public input on what building code updates need to happen or what are the biggest challenges. So we are, looking at those. So, of course, because this adaptive reuse ordinance is part of the housing element, our goal is to remove the zoning barriers and incentivize adaptive reuse projects for housing. We know that adaptive reuse could be commercial to another type of commercial, but really this strategy of this ordinance is for housing specifically. And so we would create by right opportunities for new housing in the city. I just want to note that, when we did phase 1 of the housing element, any housing project that meets the definition of a housing project, which is no more than 1/3 commercial, is already by right. So this is just, an extension of that. So it would be by right, these adaptive reuse projects, so long as they are no more than 1/3 commercial. And so we anticipate this ordinance going by October 31st, as Jing had mentioned, with building code revisions to follow. So as I mentioned before, the goal of this ordinance is really to create housing opportunities. And, when we were talking about creating housing opportunities, the obvious thing is, of course, commercial to residential. And when we updated the zoning ordinance as part of the phase 1 housing element implementation, we allowed residential in all zones. So this has already been done. So allowing commercial buildings to go to residential, this is a no-brainer. And then, of course, we're also looking at residential to residential. And I think some of you might think, well, that doesn't make sense. Why would we do residential to residential? They're already residential. But we're talking about the type of residential like group residential, senior community living facilities. For example, there might be a senior living facility that's maybe outdated and they have these separate living quarters, but because of density limits, like in the multi-unit residential zone, they might only be limited to the 4 units. And so, because there are only 4 units, you can't convert that senior living facility into, more than 4 units. And so that's another barrier. So we would be looking at perhaps removing density limitations for, adaptive reuse projects, as long as Karin said, whatever you do in that building, you just do in that building, you allow for whatever density, how many units happens to occur within that building. And then, of course, there was a discussion about live work. And so live work in the city's ordinance is actually considered a commercial use, even though it includes the residential component. Right now, our zoning ordinance requires a conditional use permit in limited zones in the city. So we'll be discussing whether or not we would allow live work as perhaps a by right use in certain districts. Some of the potential adaptive reuse incentives we're looking at include not just the process incentives. As I said before, they would be by right already, but maybe we expand the applicability of the adaptive reuse ordinance to allow for much more than this adaptive reuse, new construction along with adaptive reuse, as Karen had, pointed out, allowing for live work, as we talked about, waiver of impact fees, inclusionary requirements, as you guys just already had a little bit of a preview on, design review and other kind of, things that we should consider as part of the adaptive reuse ordinance in terms of limitations. For example, the City of LA limits the conversion of hotel to residential, if that's something that this commission might want to consider. We're also looking at development standards. Which one of these development standards should we reduce or waive? Density limits, floor area ratios, setbacks, open space, and so forth. So I'll go into each of these in a moment. So first, getting into the types of adaptive reuse projects, they can involve full conversion, where you just take the building and you convert the entire thing into a residential use. And so that's just straight up full conversion. But what we've been getting a lot of inquiries lately is this concept of partial conversion, which allows for a building to be partially vacant and occupied, and then converting maybe 1 or 2 floors of that office building into residential. And so a lot of people have been, inquiring about that, whether or not it is, permitted. Something like a partial conversion can make adaptive reuse projects more financially feasible because you're not forcing them to adaptive reuse the entire thing. They're just reusing what is, they're able to reuse. So another thing, as we talked about, was the additions and new construction, allowing for maybe an additional height or story to be added such that it makes the project more financially feasible. We've heard that it costs a lot of money to adaptive reuse the buildings, so perhaps allowing more floor area to be built could make it more financially feasible. For example, if you build a new construction, maybe that new construction could be a percentage increase in the maximum FAR, like a 50%, and I'm throwing 50% out there because that's consistent with kind of the base state density bonus. So if you decide to, for example, waive the affordable housing requirement, they don't get the state density bonus of, perhaps the 50% that they would get under state density bonus law, but because they're adaptive reuse building, you give them the 50% anyways because you want to encourage the retention of that building. So going over these kind of different project types, we have the commercial to residential, the full conversion, the partial conversion, which is, partially converting a few floors or portion of the building into residential. Or you can have a full conversion with new addition, like a new attached floor area, like with residential, you can have that. Or a partial conversion with attached new floor area that's residential. Or it could be detached. If you have, for example, a building with a surface parking lot, it could be detached as well. And I think the questions that we have for the commission is what types of projects should the city permit in the adaptive reuse ordinance? We heard that the City of LA allows kind of for all of these. So is the idea that, should the City of Santa Monica mimic what the City of LA did and allow all these types of different constructions? And if the new construction is permitted, how much of the new construction should be permitted? And should that new construction also be entitled to incentives? The City of LA says, whatever you do with that existing building, we don't care. You're allowed to waive open space requirements. You're allowed to waive, for example, bike parking requirements, anything. But however, the new floor area is subject to development standards. So that is a question we have for the commission is if new construction is permitted, should it be entitled to incentives? So I'm going to walk through some scenarios for you as you ponder that question because it does matter. Say you have a 10,000 square foot parcel in the mixed use boulevard zone and you have an 8,000 square foot building, right? Right now, the max FAR is 4.0. So if you take 4.0 times the parcel size, 40,000 square feet is their max floor area. With the adaptive reuse, they already have 8,000 square feet. So permitted new construction that they're allowed to have under the max floor area ratio is 32,000, right? So this is what the new permitted new construction is allowed to be, assuming that, you know, the existing building is 8,000 square feet. So one thing the commission could consider is allowing, for example, a bonus FAR, like of 50%, for example, or 10%, whatever it is, whatever you decide to do. So with the 50%, it would be 40,000 square feet, which is your maximum floor area. You multiply by 50%, you get that additional 20,000 square feet, right? So that could be one incentive where you allow for this new construction, but up to a point. It could be a 50% bonus, or it could be, you know, something else. This is just one scenario. It is an example. However, we did want to mention that, you know, if you consider that there might be another scenario where you have a 30,000 square foot parcel and you have a dingbat building, which is 2,000 square feet, right? Would you allow that much additional floor area to be built and give them the 50%? Because now you have this giant building, but you're only really adaptive reusing 2,000 square feet of that, you know, of that 30,000 square foot parcel. So something to consider. You're giving, for example, if you were to use that bonus FAR of 50%, you're giving them 60,000 square feet of extra FAR, and that's a significant incentive, but there's no affordable housing on site, so keep that in mind. So one thing that the Planning Commission can consider is maybe establishing the threshold for the new construction. I'm sorry, it's not in here. Perhaps this is. So perhaps the threshold could be, for the new construction, perhaps that threshold could be built on like building size. You must adapt or reuse at least X square feet, and that building has to cover X percent of the parcel, because here you see this is not covering much of the parcel, but this one is, right? And so, or you can have the number of units the adaptive reuse project must produce at least 5 units, or it could be a combination of any of the above. So I know this is kind of happy to answer questions because it's a lot to digest in terms of trying to figure out different scenarios, but you know, we wanted to model out and test out certain thresholds and what they would mean, you know, for if you were to allow this additional new construction to occur, what threshold would you want it to be? So moving on, and I'm happy to go back at the end of this presentation to go through everything. For impact fees, we have 5 different impact fees that the city charges to new construction or change of floor area. We have the transportation impact fee, and the trigger for that is 1,000 square feet of new floor area or change of use. And you can see here, that's about $3,500 per unit. And then you have the Parks and Rec fee. All of these triggers, you can see here, the applicability applies to change of use. And so you could see that TIF, the transportation impact fee, and then the Parks and Rec fee are the most expensive. The Parks and Rec fee go up to almost $9,000 for a 2-bedroom unit. So the question is, does the city want to waive adaptive reuse projects from the impact fees? If so, which ones? Once again, for your reference, these are the impact fees. And then, of course, we talked about on-site inclusionary requirement. We've heard from, you know, Karen and her work at the City of LA that on-site inclusionary is tough. So we have our inclusionary requirements, which is, you know, as you can see here, which is about 15% if you're a multi-unit project with 6 units or more. And so it's 15% on-site is our requirement. If you're less than that, 2 to 5 units, you pay the fee. So the adaptive reuse ordinance could consider waiver of the fee, or a reduction of the AHPP requirements, or alternative, you could revise the AHP threshold for adaptive reuse projects. For example, you might consider, you know, one of the things that we were discussing with our partners in housing division was perhaps having the threshold be established at a certain size. Like if they're, you know, producing 50 units or more, then they're subject to AHPP. So it could be a different threshold. That's another thing to consider, or you can waive it entirely. So those are the questions that we have for Planning Commission, is whether or not you want to impose an affordable housing requirement. And if you did, maybe is there a desire to waive or to revise that threshold at which it kicks in? And then I also want to talk about limitations to adaptive reuse ordinances. In the City of LA and City of San Francisco, their ordinances are limited to certain areas. For example, I believe San Francisco has most of their business districts that allows for adaptive reuse. The question we have for the Planning Commission is, do we want to impose any kind of location limitation? If the desire, for example, is to protect low-cost visitor accommodations in the coastal zone, maybe we don't allow adaptive reuse in the coastal zone. Or perhaps live-work might be desirable only in certain commercial districts or employment districts like Bergamo area. That is something that the Planning Commission should weigh in on as well. And then City of LA, and correct me if I'm wrong, Karin, but they don't allow, if you're using state density bonus law, you cannot use adaptive reuse ordinances, from what I understand. Is that because under density bonus law, you can utilize unlimited waivers and incentives, and so if they're utilizing density bonus law, you cannot use this adaptive reuse ordinance. And so the question for the commission is, should we have any limitations of the adaptive reuse ordinance? Should it be based on location? We allow it only in certain areas, or we don't allow them to use this adaptive reuse ordinance, because not only do we allow these waivers of development, would we allow some waivers and reduction of development standards, we would also provide process incentives. So that's something to think about. Or we should just, kind of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, and, try that method too as well, and not have any limitations. Another thing to consider is design review. Right now, projects are reviewed either by staff or the ARB. I put up here what the staff design review thresholds are. Administratively means that they're done at the staff level, and so buildings that don't exceed 7,500 square feet are done at the staff level. Everything else goes to ARB. Should we have streamlined design review for adaptive reuse projects? And so it could be, for example, you only did ARB review if the new construction was X amount of square feet. That could be one thing. Or, you could just say ARB review if only new construction and leave it at that. Or you can have a threshold. And briefly, I wanted to go over some of these existing development standards, because these are development standards that you might want to consider waiving or reducing, particularly as it pertains to the existing building that is adaptively being reused. Right now in the residential zones, there's a density cap, depending on whatever zone you're in, of 46 units. So in the example that I mentioned, we've had a senior housing living facility come to us and say, we want to build units, but because they're capped at, 4 units, it didn't make sense for them. So perhaps you waive that density limit as long as they are doing whatever they are within the building envelope. Another thing is waiving height limitations for the existing building, and also parcel coverage. Unit mix won't likely apply in the residential zones because you'll never get up to 50 units. The unit mix requirement only kicks in at 50 units. So if you're in a multi-unit residential zone, you'll unlikely get to that number. And then, of course, there's a slew of open space, courtyards, and planting areas requirements, setback requirements, step backs, transitional requirements that you might wish to waive or reduce because it's an existing building. As we said before, perhaps you allow whatever happens you allow that existing building to just exist and then just work within the interiors of that envelope. And then, of course, there's bicycle parking, which has been, a big thing that has been waived consistently in all the new projects that we've seen. And so maybe we waive bicycle parking or reduce it. And then similarly, in the commercial zones, we have these set of requirements: floor area ratio, height, unit mix, daylight plane, step backs. And in the neighborhood commercial districts, we also have this requirement for active ground floor use. And so maybe that gets waived or not get waived or reduced for the NC districts. And then we have a requirement for pedestrian-oriented design and then bicycle parking. So the question for the Planning Commission is what development standards should be waived or modified in the residential and commercial zoning districts for the adaptive reuse projects? And should these incentives apply to the existing building only? So I know that was a lot, so I'm going to recap each of the questions. And happy to go back to any of the slides. And Jing, I don't know how you envision this discussion to go, but I was thinking we would just go one by one to each question. Yeah. So the first question is, what type of adaptive reuse projects should the city permit in the adaptive reuse ordinance? If there is new construction permitted, how much new construction should be permitted, and should it also be entitled to incentives, and what types of incentives?
You want to comment on the process here?
Yeah, so we've actually, I think we were trying to weave in the questions just so you could see what we were asking. We do have the slides to help guide the commission's discussion tonight, but certainly you may want to have, if you have questions for staff at this point before we jump into the discussion, or any public input for that matter.
Yeah, let's, I see there's no public input, is that right? Okay, yeah, let's just ask strictly clarifying questions at this point. And then let's shoot through these questions and just try to be as efficient as possible, folks. Commissioner Landers, I saw your hand first.
Yeah, and it's actually more of a process question than a clarifying question, but there's a clarifying question in there. And we're starting with the earlier questions, right? Just to make sure, because you had some SB 330 questions for us even before we get to AR, so we should probably start at the top. My clarifying question, because it would be helpful for me to take some of these AR questions holistically, because I don't know how other people are feeling. I'd love to have a sense of whether we want to break them up before we address them holistically. And let me ask a holistic question along those lines. Is there a reason broadly, right, and this is a super helpful presentation, thank you, Rachel, for breaking it all out, why you haven't in each of these items presented an option that basically says AR gets whatever it wants, plus some sort of bonus, but then all of the existing development standards apply to new build? Have you ruled that out for feasibility reasons, or is it just, is it not something you want us to explore?
No. We're actually in, these are the questions we are asking you. I'm sorry, I broke them up because there might be, while some commissioners might be okay with waiving everything, some commissioners might not be. And so the reason why, if I ask a question, for example, what development standards should be waived, you could say all of them, or you could just say certain ones. And we wanted to give you the flexibility of just not throwing just one menu item at you. It could be several menu items at you.
And then is part of this project, do you have, I'm recalling when we were doing the housing element that we spent a lot of time looking at feasibility for affordable requirements in the condos, right? And we went from affordability at 4 units to affordability at 7 units, right? In this project, have you done feasibility studies? Is that what you're doing with Karin? Or is there a point at which we would have the opportunity to say, could you test feasibility on X?
We have not done feasibility studies. From what we've heard and in talking to experts in the field in City of LA, I think Karin mentioned the downtown study. We've talked to the City of LA planning folks. They're in the midst of, actually AECOM is doing, AECOM who's here, they are actually doing the citywide study on affordable housing in adaptive reuse projects. And so that has not been released yet.
For us or for
City
LA?
of LA? For
City of LA.
City of LA,
okay.
Yes. And so, but pretty much 99% of the studies that I have seen out there show that it's highly financially infeasible to include affordable housing within the adaptive reuse project, the existing building at least.
Right, I guess what I'm getting at, and I don't want to belabor the point before we decide to, is that some of what you're giving us, particularly on the FAR bonus ideas, is that potentially we could waive everything inside the building envelope, offer, waive everything in another 50% of FAR, and then allow, and then impose affordability requirements on the new build. But we don't know whether the magic feasibility number is a 50% bonus, a 25% bonus, a 100% bonus, and I don't necessarily want to get into that discussion right here. It's a question of, would there be an opportunity down the line to test those assumptions? We like to do housing policy rather artisanally here in Santa Monica, and I think that simplicity, like here's my editorial comment, simplicity is better, but I would love to lay the groundwork for understanding whether or not, if people want to go the artisanal route, they understand the cost-benefit analysis.
Understood. I think with time limitations, with, everything else, I think doing a feasibility study would take some time. I just don't know. And Jing, you could chime in if you want, that we have the time to spare to create that artisanal ordinance.
No, I don't want I'm trying to avoid the artisanal.
I mean, I think that we're trying to, because LA has such a, obviously like an extensive history with this, and, they're sort of doing that like citywide study, how applicable is it? Like Santa Monica is a little bit of a different like economic reality, than maybe most of LA, but we can extrapolate, I think, some understanding out of what LA is doing. I think certainly we could explore the timing of doing scenario testing. I think one of the challenges with that is that with adaptive reuse, like number one, we don't have a history of it like we do with new construction. Right. So like, what do you model, is a question. We had sort of scratched the surface of this with HRNA in the course of the housing element, and they were able to give us just sort of like very like general, conclusions or just like initial thoughts about adaptive reuse to residential. I mean, we could certainly explore it just to see, could we do it? What would it take to do it? But, I don't know how helpful it would be, I guess, if we sort of have a policy goal here. I think we're trying to get sort of like the sort of like broad brush questions, if you will, in terms of like, what are we trying to achieve with adaptive reuse? What are we interested in? And then I think maybe the feasibility part might not be at the beginning. Maybe it's more of a refinement in the future at the end, So I don't think it's like something we really, really need to create an adaptive reuse ordinance.
I'm asking it because there's a tendency, you're giving us all these opportunities to kind of tweak. Yeah. And we could come up with a beautifully crafted recommendation that could totally fail a feasibility study. And I would hate for it to move forward and have, council try to make this even better, and then just have a beautiful fiasco,
I think what we are trying, we're coming at this because it is a wholly local creation. It's not like we're not being directed by state law in any regard here, really. It's like, we have a lot of policy flexibility here. And so it's sort of, I think it's like, do you want to sort of like throw the proverbial kitchen sink at this or take a more refined approach? It's not wrong to do either way, because it's a bit of an experiment to see like, well, what happens? And if it didn't work, then let's tweak it some more kind of thing, so I think we have the opportunity to do that here in a way that we haven't been able to do in, so many other programs.
And just to add that, as Jing said, City of LA definitely tweaked theirs. They had their first ordinance in 1999, and they've tweaked it like twice since, at least. And so, this is something that is brand new. I don't think coming for, even with this adaptive reuse ordinance, we won't see a whole lot of these projects coming through. I'll be honest, just the building code challenges themselves just are a big barrier, so, but we want to give these projects every chance they can, from at least a zoning perspective.
All right, Commissioner Reese, I see your hand was there, but Commissioner Hamilton, I think you were first. If you get clarifying questions? Yeah? All right.
Sure. Just give me a sense, how many adaptive reuse proposals has the city received in the last few years? Is there?
To housing?
Yes.
Officially zero.
And have
We've had inquiries, I think, of late, but they're nothing more than inquiries at this point, but there is interest. I think the interest comes from more of partial conversion rather than full conversion.
right,
Yeah.
right. Have we, so even like looking back farther than 3 years, has Santa Monica ever had, I'm trying to think of adaptive reuse from a commercial use to a residential use?
Not since I've been here.
No, we've really only seen, I think the closest is, and it's really been in the context, I would say, of mostly historic preservation. Probably the most prominent one might be the Proper Hotel. That was an office
Yeah.
to a hotel.
Right.
Right,
That's,
and
I
then
thought
the
about that, but
additional building,
yeah.
we have, there was an apartment building, second in Arizona, also a landmark, that's converted to office, so that went the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, we certainly have a lot of like adaptive use with respect to our historic resources, but
Yeah.
as a general like project, no, we haven't
Okay.
really seen that in our history.
Yeah, I'm asking, because I don't honestly see a huge potential for a lot of adaptive reuse happening in Santa Monica. We just don't have the same kind of building, the aging buildings or a lot of commercial buildings that have at the end of their useful life, and it's no longer financially feasible to continue operating it as a commercial structure or as an office building and going through the brain damage of converting it into residential. I just don't see a huge amount of potential.
I think you won't see the potential in the sense of no one's really going to buy an existing parcel and adaptive reuse it. I see this ordinance really happening for long-term property owners, that have held on to this property, and they might have like a strip mall and they've held on to this property for so long, but they don't, there might be a small family or a trust and they don't want to do giant, massive development. They might just want to convert part of their building into housing. And it could happen, as I said before, we've had inquiries of late of partial conversions more than anything. And so, we want to be cognizant of the fact that we're not just talking about an entire building. It can be a partial conversion, or it could be these small mom and pop parcels, for example, like, along, Pico. I see, because I live in that area, I see a lot of actually old residential buildings that have been turned into commercial, and they could easily turn back into residential, for example,
Right.
and they won't be weighted down by these development standards of, bike parking, open space, and they could convert back to residential should they choose to.
Yeah, it would just be great to have a couple of examples of adaptive reuse proposals that weren't able to move forward, and then be able to troubleshoot that, and then kind of craft this discussion around, okay, here's what we see as kind of some market demand. Here's where our own regulation and building code requirements have stopped this from happening, and then address those issues specifically.
Right.
Just curious to see what our
I
track
don't know if we
record
keep
was.
that data of.
Yeah, I think in the absence of our like actual, like formal experience in it, because we haven't had those kinds of like, the applications never got filed, they're just inquiries, right?
Yeah.
That come and go. I think in the absence of that, we're really leaning on the experience in other cities and in the region. And, we're really fortunate to have had people participate in our working groups that are experts in the field and have experience in this, and sort of, because we don't have this sort of project type in Santa Monica hasn't been typical. And so we're trying to learn from LA's experience and try to apply it where it makes sense or is applicable in Santa Monica. And in looking at the kinds of buildings we have here, because we've done some of that initial analysis on like floor plate size, parcel coverage, age, to see like, what is the potential here? It's true. It's not much. It's not like it's this huge swath of the city, where it would be possible, but we're not always right either,
Yeah.
And I think what we're, again here, I think the overall goal and the purpose, if I recall, when we went down this road in the housing element and the commitment to the program was, that could we extend the useful life of a building, is it more sustainable to retain what's already there instead of the sort of demolish and redevelopment? If there is a 3-story or 5-story building out there that they're not able to tend to anymore, they're trying to think about what else to do with it to convert it. Like, is there enough carrots there to entice someone to retain that building instead of selling it and having it redevelop into a brand new project? Like that, I think, was our sense was the overall goal of this. And so, going down the road of like understanding what are the barriers, what can we do to convince somebody, to make it worthwhile to go down this road.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Reese?
No questions. I'm ready to start talking about policy direction.
Great. I just have one clarifying question. So, and forgive me if I missed this, but is the goal of the adaptive reuse program to apply in all zones?
I mean, right now we allow residential in all zones. So yes, the goal, but you can definitely set, because this is a local ordinance, you could set different standards and different incentives for different zones. As I mentioned, you allow live work. You probably should only allow live work in commercial districts, so it could be that, or, you waive, you only allow, for example, maybe the new additional floor area in certain zones, but not the residential zones. It's whatever the commission decides is the best, path forward. Hence why I asked these questions, because we wanted to give you a menu of options to choose from.
Got it. Okay. Looks like we got one more quick question.
Yeah. Can you, I'm hung up on live work. Could you walk us through Santa Monica's definition of live work? I'm trying to understand what specifically is the basis for the requirement that it's limited. Is it because it's like people who are working with hazardous materials, or people who are who have a lot of customers coming through? Like, what's imagined?
Yeah, this actually dates back to the 2015 zoning code update, and just a brief history before that was, we dabbled for a moment with, something called artist studios in the prior code, with not great success. I don't think we got any artists out of it, but we did get some lovely luxury condos with, great open floor plans, and like 50% of it was work and 50% of the live, and you put the tape down the middle, like maybe that, I mean, we got what we got out of it, right? And so I think out of that was an attempt to sort of, the idea of live work was to have these, primarily working spaces, whatever that may be. It could be artists, it could be, someone who's operating a home office, like any number of things, but this idea that it would be this commercial space with incidental living was the spirit of like the definition that is in the zoning ordinance now. So the zoning ordinance right now defines live work as a commercial use with the incidental living, not this sort of like 50-50 thing that is, unenforceable. And it has better alignment with kind of like the building code with respect to live work as well. So that's sort of like the history of how we got to where we are, and some of the thinking of, why it's defined as, primarily it's a commercial use now with the incidental living.
And for clarity, is it something that has to be regulated through land use? Is there a reason that it couldn't be regulated through like the business license process or CUP for use of hazard, like artists who are working with really you don't want really smelly stuff in a, highly residential area, or you don't want lots of traffic, because it's functionally a retail location in the middle of residential. It is,
because the zoning code actually has like standards for specific uses for live work that define if you're going to do this, you have to have like slop sinks, it does anticipate like the potential storage of hazardous materials and the use of it by artists potentially. Okay. So it does contemplate that, which is why there's this land use aspect of it, and the sort of that you probably want some distinction between a use like that and just a straight multi-unit dwelling.
All right, Commissioner Tolkien, do you have a question?
Yeah. With so many variables, how can we make an informed decision? Usually, for me, this is, if you do this and this and this, you're going to get something that looks like this. We don't have that possibility. So we're really flying blind here. That's what bothers me. I mean, there's just, you're saying, let's say we would take away this fee or this, lot coverage could be this. Because you're doing adaptive reuse, it changes things. There's so many possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, I think it may be helpful to walk through, and I think as Rachel said, that's what we broke it down to, its component parts. But obviously, if the commission wants to take it more holistically, you could as well. I think if, there's some challenge here, it would be probably to start thinking about it from sort of that broader view of like, what is the goal? What's the broader policy goal you're trying to achieve? And then what are the levers you want to push to get to that, right? So if there's an outcome you have in your mind of,
But if
then.
we say some city did this and there's some, and that's what they get
Yeah.
from their adaptive reuse ordinance or something like that. This is what comes out of doing that.
Yeah.
We don't have that to go by.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that's what we've attempted to try to present is, primarily, I think, the Los Angeles experience in terms of what they have done. And, Karen, that's why we invited Karen to come here to provide that background, as to the LA ordinance. And then the questions asked here is really then, staff taking it the step further to provide some guiding questions in the Santa Monica context of how it might work here. So, if we can go through the questions if that's helpful.
Yeah, let's see if we can do either straw polls or rapid fire, like literally one sentence responses to these questions and see how quickly we can get through it. And if there's further discussion that's needed, we can circle back on it. Do you have the question slides queued up right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's queued up. Happy to go back through illustrations if you want.
Do you want to start with the SB 330
Yeah.
question? That's probably,
Yeah,
we should go through that. That's on slide 8, I think.
That was the only
Show us
other
like a
question.
fast.
That was the only other question, yeah. So just a refresher on this one is that, when SB 330 requires the replacement of a unit that is a rent-controlled unit, which is a lot of Santa Monica, obviously, you have that option that the unit be basically come back as a registered rent control unit or deed restricted. It does allow the city to codify a preference, for one or the other, or to keep it at both. And that's the question to the commission. Is there a preference for one or the other, or to allow that flexibility for both to continue?
Make a straw poll. Can I make
A straw poll motion on this. It comes from my desperation for 120% AMI deed-restricted housing because we're struggling to get moderate rate. I would suggest that we codify a preference for 120% deed-restricted housing. Rent-controlled housing is naturally occurring affordable housing over time. If we codify at 120% AMI, we are essentially honoring, I think, some of the original thinking that people who work ought to be able to afford to live. And we have other ways of getting 80% and below AMI. It's really hard for us to get the 120. So I'm going to make that straw poll motion.
Can I just quickly ask the city attorney to see if we can actually codify your income level?
Well, I think we were looking at
Right,
state
so,
law.
yeah, we're looking at that. So just to kind of frame it, so SB 330 refers back to the replacement definitions and requirements in state density bonus law. The language, it basically just says there are two options when the unit being replaced was subject to a form of rent control and was occupied by persons of family above lower income. So that's when you get the option. And it basically allows require it to be made available at a rent affordable to occupy by low-income persons or families. So that's your option. It does not appear that the 120
So you're defining low at
option.
80 or 60?
80.
We can't do the 120.
Or
so
rent
let's move on.
control.
Okay.
All right. So, well, let's, maybe, if anybody has a preference for one or the other, maybe just say it in
2 words.
2 words or less.
There are 2 words.
Commissioner Hamilton, any thoughts?
Deed restricted.
Deed restricted.
Deed restricted based on a prorated portion of it. I mean, the way I've looked at this is not one sentence, but I haven't.
Okay.
But the way I've seen it done before is they ask for income verification of the tenants who left. Nobody ever has that. So then they set aside a portion of that deed restricted, and that's what I'd like to see here.
That's
right.
That's required by the state
Yep.
law. Yeah.
And that's the way it should be done.
Commissioner Tolkien, do you have a preference? No. A preference? All right. I am in favor of deed restriction if we're living under Costa-Hawkins. If it gets repealed or modified, I maybe have a different opinion.
True.
Okay, it's just moving back to adaptive reuse. The first question, sorry, this was the first question. What type of projects should the city permit in the adaptive reuse ordinance? Full construction, partial, adaptive reuse plus new construction, or all of the above? We'll start with that question.
All right, maybe we just go down the line real quick, Commissioner Hamilton.
I like option 4, all of the above.
I'm really liking the kitchen sink. I have some questions, but I'm going to go with all of the above too.
Commissioner Reese?
All of the above, but 3 needs some limitations on how much new FAR we're looking at.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's a question coming up about that. That's
There
why.
is, but I'm just previewing my concern.
Commissioner Tolkien? And if you could turn on your mic there.
Sorry. All new construction.
You want all new construction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm also with all the above with the caveats that were raised there, but I guess we'll get to that in a moment.
Right, and that goes to my point of, if the new construction is permitted, how much should it be? And should it also be entitled to incentives? So let's get to how much new construction should it be, remembering my scenarios. For example, so how much new construction, we could start with that.
Can I ask a question here?
Correct. Yep, yes.
Go for it.
Okay. Can you bring up your quote unquote bad example, right? Like tiny building, massive bonus. Okay. Do we have to tie the bonus to the max? Couldn't we tie the bonus to the existing building? In other words, could we say you can double your existing, and everything above that is considered new construction, but you get the bonus on your existing.
You could do that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is one of the things I think that San Francisco did, and you can do that as well. Just say you could double the building, and then that would be your bonus, basically.
So I'm gonna suggest that our bonus is based on the size of the existing building, and that it's this is one of those. This is why I asked about feasibility earlier. In other words, I'll throw out 100% as a starting point. But if you come back and say, actually, you can get feasibility at 125%, I'm not going to say no to that, right? Or we get feasibility at 75%.
My point.
Yeah. So I'll throw out 100% just as a starting bid.
100% increase over FAR?
No.
Over the building size.
You get your bonus based on the building size. So you get your bonus, you get your FAR bonus on the existing building, right? So that building gets it.
Yeah, in this case, instead of 60,000, it would be 4,000.
Right.
Because it's 2,000 times
Yeah.
twice, yeah.
Yeah. We going down the line again?
Yeah, Commissioner Hamilton?
Okay. I do like the idea of proportionality, and I do think it needs to be tied to the footprint of the existing adaptive reuse building. And I think that, well, I'll just leave it at that because I know we're pressed for time. I'll just leave it at that and say proportionality and 100%. I think that's fine.
Commissioner Landers, do you want to add anything, or?
Don't have to.
No, it's 100% it's 100% FAR bonus on the existing building size.
Okay. Commissioner Reese?
So I think that is not, I mean, that, what I'm looking at is not adaptive reuse to me. That's new construction with a little building next to it.
Right, and
So
we'll get to the next question.
The new FAR has to be on top of the building and it has to be proportional and not, and enough of a carrot, but nothing, I mean, I'm with proportionality and I'm looking closer to the city of, where the city of LA is.
Yes, and I think that's kind of leads on to the next question, like, well, you know, this tiny building, if you say it's not adaptive reuse, maybe the threshold, you can establish a threshold and applicability where it's based on either building size. City of LA does number of units, so if they could fit 5 units in this 2,000 square feet, then that's adaptive reuse. So that's something to consider, or you can consider percent of parcel coverage. You know, you might want to look at, in this scenario, the parcel coverage is obviously, you know, like 80% or something. And so you might want to consider that, or it could be a combination of these. And so that goes to applicability, you know.
Commissioner Tolkien, do you have any thoughts? No. I'll say I agree with Commissioner Reese that it really is more just new construction, but I'm okay with the bonuses that are laid out here because I think it will ultimately achieve the highest and best use of the property and will, I think, incentivize folks to adaptively reuse even small portions of an existing property.
But I'm going to ask you a question about your position. If I understand you correctly, if you look at this model,
yeah,
you've just given away 178,000 square feet with 0 requirements, no affordable housing, no bike parking, none of the things that we really care about. So you've just incented kind of massive market rate production with nothing we're asking for.
Well, yeah, that's a fair point. I mean,
well, unless you choose to have those incentives only apply to the existing building. So that is the follow-up question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we're going to get there in further questions, right?
Yeah, I think we're still on the first question. It's a very loaded question.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I think we'll get to that. I think in the next questions. But I hear what you're saying.
You hear what I'm
saying. Yeah. All right.
It's a very loaded question. So what I'm hearing is double the existing building. Okay.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not agreeing with that. That's too much. I mean, I'm saying build it on top of the building and you add a floor or 2 maybe, but not double.
Okay.
And if you're the dingbat that's 2,000 square feet and you have 150,000 square feet of leftover square footage, you have the ability to do new development on your site. You do not need to be incentivized.
Right. I'm missing, can you unpack that a little more? Just, I want to understand what you're saying, because I'm not sure we're saying really different things. I'm saying if you have a 10,000, I'll make this up, you have a 10,000 square foot building on a 50,000 square foot lot, you get 10,000 extra square feet free. And then if you want to do the other, whatever you can get to, let's say the other 25,000 square feet, you're subject to existing building
I'm thinking is on that example, a 10,000 square foot building, you can put another floor on there, which is maybe 1,000 or 2,000 square feet. You're not getting a whole new building on top of your 10,000 square feet. You're not getting another 10. I mean, I just don't.
You're not giving, okay, I'm inclined to.
I'm not prepared to do that.
I mean, another consideration is what San Francisco does is 20% of the existing building they allow as new construction to kind of be discounted.
Then that's kind of 2 stories. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. That seems.
And, in some cases, it might not be on top. It could also, in this example, be next to it as well.
That's what I'm getting at.
Just something to consider.
I'm still of the opinion, I don't want to give up 100%. And I maybe can be talked into putting it next to it. But then we have to get into the whole point, if we're going to put it in next to it, why are we going to waive any building rules for them?
Right. But it's really hard. Commissioner Tolkien is right. We're flying blind. I have no idea how many real parcels we're talking about. I have no idea how many real buildings on undeveloped land we're talking about. It's really hard. I could say up to 50% of the existing right? So like double it up to 50%, but I have no idea whether that's a real world case. So
I think if I could just like sort of zoom out of it, it sounds like there is an interest in allowing some additional floor area. I don't think we need to land on the precise percentage tonight, but we're hearing a range of somewhere between, something proportional, like without, but, could be up to 100 as well. And I think that's good. That's enough for now, in terms of like, there is an interest in allowing some additional floor. I don't think we'd have to land on exactly what that might be.
Yeah.
But
based on proportionality of the existing building.
Yeah.
Right, that makes sense.
And it's all just for the purposes of still being able to categorize this as an adaptive reuse
Right.
for the benefit of the actual existing building.
I think we understand there's an overall, the little building on the
The
giant
little building on the
lot.
side doesn't turn into new construction
right,
and then obviates the ability to do adaptive
That
reuse.
little building falls down by mistake.
right. I mean, just to clarify, the reason I asked the holistic question is because in my head, this amount that we're talking about is going to get the benefits of whatever waivers, incentives, that is going to occur on the existing building plus whatever this bonus is. And everything else, in my mind, everything else on top of that is still subject to all of our existing rules. So that's how I'm bifurcating my thinking. What's free in order to make this work feasible? And then where do we just say, hey, no, this is just new building, you got to follow the rules?
Well, yeah, I just see it as, in terms of going back to the feasibility study of this, it's like, that extra square footage is what's going to make the whole thing pencil.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And then, so I want to give as much room as I can to the new construction piece of it so that it basically subsidizes and offsets all the higher cost of the adaptive reuse, thus making the whole thing pencil. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Yeah, I'm on board with that too. Cool. All right. I think you have what we need. What you need for that part, right?
Yes, I believe so. And what I heard from about the incentives is that the new construction should be subject to existing development standards, right? Yeah, okay. Next question has to do with the applicability. So as I mentioned, maybe that tiny little building you don't think is considered adaptive reuse. So maybe you have a building size limitation that the existing building that is adaptive reuse has to be a certain size. Or in the city of LA, they do the 5 units. You have to create at least 5 new units in order to qualify for this adaptive reuse ordinance. Or another one could be percent of parcel coverage. Like if you're adaptive reusing, that building must cover X percent of the parcel. So it could also be a combination of any of the above or whatever else the commission thinks is appropriate. It doesn't need to be any of these 3. It could be something else as well that the commission thinks is appropriate.
All right, let's take rapid fire thoughts. Commissioner Hamilton?
I'm actually still trying to, full disclosure, trying to better understand what this slide is really asking for. So I'm going to pass on this.
So it's like in this scenario. So if you were to say the adaptive reuse ordinance, you don't get to utilize this adaptive reuse ordinance if you're only adaptive reusing 2,000 square feet, because I don't think that's enough housing to get you these incentives. Or you could say, I want 5 units at least, because if you're getting all these process incentives and these development standard incentives, I want at least 5 units from this project. So that's what that question is asking. At what point does the adaptive reuse ordinance kick in? For example, in state density bonus law, you only get eligibility for that density bonus if you produce 5 units, if you have at least 5 units in your site, on your building project.
I think it also gets to the sort of like likelihood of the kinds of projects. It's sort of embedded in this. So you can see there, like building size, maybe we want this ordinance, these incentives to only apply to buildings of a certain size, right? You got to be at least 10,000 square, like realistically, because those are the kinds of buildings that we want to incentivize to, convert to residential. Maybe you want buildings that like cover a whole parcel because the incentives are there because maybe they have no other choice, right? They don't have the space to like build something new, or to conform with like the current zoning code. So that was some of the thinking behind some of the options that are presented here. I think generally in hearing your discussion, it sounds like there's definitely an interest in some sort of like parcel coverage threshold, because, you know, the little building on the giant surface lot, maybe, you know, that's like, or like, that's kind of looking like a lot like new construction. You know, maybe there's a building size threshold in there as well, just generally what we're hearing.
I'll go next.
Go ahead, yeah.
I don't mean to sound awful, but like, I don't actually care. In other words, from the standpoint of, we've all driven by little offices on different streets that look like little houses. They exist in Santa Monica. They're the Ocean Park, Pico, right? The owner says, okay, I want to make this into a house again. Great. Make it into a house. I don't want to, I would like to have that person be able to do that as easily as possible. If I impose a unit requirement, now they can't do it. If I impose a, you know, so the only place where I might care is if they're looking for that bonus, right? So if all they want to do is take an existing building and turn it into a house, God bless them, let them do it, even if it's single-family residence. Like, fine. If they're looking for a bonus, then I think we want it to fulfill our goal, which is the production of more housing, and then we should talk about some kind of a housing unit minimum. But again, I don't want it to be a big one, because we allow ADUs anyway. I mean, who knows? They might be able to turn around after it becomes a house and demand additional ADUs to be allowed on the property. So I don't want to overcomplicate it. So I would say zero minimums for existing floor, for no additional floor coverage, FAR. And if we're talking about a request for that bonus, proportional bonus, yes, something that advances our goal of housing units, but not necessarily, I don't care about building size or parcel coverage, to be honest.
Commissioner Reese?
Yeah, it's easy for me. It's the goal of adaptive reuse is kind of protecting the built environment and generating a unit. So if you can put a unit in that 2,000 square foot unit, go ahead and do it. That's fine with me. And then, you know, Sean, I think, is getting too complicated with, well, if we add floor area, then we got to put in rules. I just think we limit how much floor area each building can put in, and we give them all the rules and allow it to go.
Okay. Yep. I can go both ways. Commissioner Tolkien?
Yeah, if I'm rehabbing, let's say, an industrial building, and I'm putting some units in it, I get the whole part, I get the industrial building just as it is, its lot coverage, just as it is. When I go and put something above it, whatever it is, then I should have different setbacks, of course. And the setbacks should, you know, maybe relate to our existing zoning rather than, and also, you know, we're going to be worried, let's say, about the shadows and that these buildings are casting and stuff like that.
Yeah, well,
there were all kinds of.
Yeah, I think we'll get to some of the specifics as we continue the discussion. But
I mean, I guess I'm in the weeds. But
you're missing out on the specific question here. Is do you want any qualifications put on when you can do an adaptive reuse? Do you have to create X amount of units?
I thought we were talking about percent of parcel coverage.
No, there's.
Well, I think that could be one potential criterion, but
yeah, they threw that up as a criterion.
Well, the number of units.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just say I generally agree with Commissioner Reese. I would add perhaps a footnote to say that to the extent that we could maybe add a separate pathway for incentivizing a way to bring existing non-conforming uses into compliance through adaptive reuse, I would like to incentivize that. But I don't really know if that fits within this framework or if that's exactly what you're asking for. But I generally agree with what Commissioner Reese said. I think ready for the next question?
Yeah. Impact fees, we discussed that. So which of these impact fees should be waived, or it could be also reduced, and if so, which ones, or all?
Anybody want to start us off with this one?
I'll dive in.
All right, Commissioner Reese?
So we've heard that these are financially challenging, so it probably leads to 6. But we like our fees here, so then let's see what's really important. And one is it's a reduction right off the bat. For transportation, we're having less trips from residential than from a commercial, so that should go away. Park fees, I think you have to hold on to. I'm going to stick with holding on to the park fees because we're hoping to create some density, and those people are going to end up not having a lot of open space. But I think they're going to not have a lot of open space because, by the way, if you put open space into live work, you can convert it to ADUs shortly after.
Yep.
So you won't get open space in projects.
All right. Anyone else want to dive in?
Yeah, I say I'm a little hesitant to waive all impact fees. I think that I'm open to, I like your suggestion about waiving the transportation impact fee. But at the end of the day, these projects do need to be financially feasible based on this, the fees that we have here to maintain our infrastructure. And I think that the incentive, the bonus, incentive that we have should hopefully be crafted in a way to offset the impact of those fees in the adaptive reuse portion of the building.
Can I see the chart? Thanks. Okay, so I'm also where we are wading into fees conversation in the wake of, the Supreme Court ruling on this. I think the TIF goes away for adaptive reuse to residential, clearly. I think the TIF goes away for adaptive reuse to hotel as well, because there's clear evidence that both of those uses, irrespective of location, reduce transportation impacts relative to commercial, right? So if we're going from commercial or industrial to residential or hotel, they go away. I agree. We just heard a presentation on the great park that we haven't paid for yet, so we got to keep those fees. And then I am inclined to keep the childcare linkage because I think we're still we're thinking about the idea of their families. This is going to add family housing options as well, and I'd keep the cultural arts fee. So I would just waive TIF for residential and hotel.
Commissioner Reese?
I'm just reading the way it's worded up there for the child linkage fee, and it's 75,000 square feet of new floor area. So you're not going to get a lot of fee out of that.
Right. I'm just keeping it on principle. Like whatever we get, we get.
I'll keep that too because I don't think you're going to get much of a fee out of it.
Or change of use.
Same.
Or change of use. Yeah, it's not just.
There's no fees for affordable housing? Is that what I'm reading?
Well, we're talking about that.
I think that's a policy
Yeah,
question.
well, I'm saying that there should be no fees for, the rest of the fees should stay the same.
Yeah, I think I would note, like, just generally, because when you go in a change of use from a higher trip generating, so like, there will be a reduction anyway. So if you go from, whatever the prior use was, if it was like retail or something to residential for the TIF, it's going to be, there won't be a fee, even if we calculated it regularly, because the credit would override the new fee more than likely.
So she corrected what I said earlier, which it wouldn't apply because we're not doing new FAR, but because we would get captured by the change of use.
Right.
But she's arguing that they would have already paid more because the use was more intense. And so the new fee would be actually less than their.
It just depends, like, because the demolition credits, like when we've done modeling like this, if the commercial use, if it happened to be like whatever is under the umbrella of retail, that has the highest trip generation use, that cancels out like, many, many, many units of residential.
There could be an instance where you could fit a ton of units into
That's
an
true.
adaptive reuse, though,
Yeah.
and it might not
It would have to be
actually
a lot,
cancel,
yeah.
though, so.
I mean, I really would waive I want to be clear about waiving for change of use. In other words, we're really talking about this existing building, which has already paid fees, right? Because at some point that building paid fees, and then plus whatever the bonus is. So we're not we're not talking about the new construction area. So I would not want to charge again for the change of use, assuming that the fee was already paid on the building for any of these fees, right? I think it's the change of use that we want to kind of reduce the fee hit for. Any credits that can come through would be great, but I'm still, once we get into the new construction, I want to charge it all. So the main one that I want to keep is Park and Rec, because we need that open space and we need to pay for it. That's where I think that's where we'd see an intensification. That's why I raised Parks and Rec and childcare.
Can I ask something here? So is the plan the next time there's a nexus study for impact fees to specifically look at fees with respect to adaptive reuse projects?
I think it would look at all land uses, not
Yeah.
specific to adaptive reuse.
I think, yeah, we haven't done one, haven't done that fee update yet, but the nexus study itself wouldn't look at that. It's the feasibility analysis that goes with it. So that would be a scenario that we could test, that maybe we haven't done before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally in agreement with my colleagues here, though, of course, having that data would certainly help our discussion here. And, perhaps we can revisit this in a few years after we get that. Okay, anything else on this point?
Okay, moving on. AHPP, these are the current requirements. Again, 2 to 5 pay the fee, or if you're above 5 units, you do 15% on-site. So should the city waive the affordable housing requirements for adaptive reuse projects? No, or you pay a fee only, or you waive both the fee and on-site requirement.
Anyone want to dive in?
Waive both the fee and the on-site requirement.
For the portion of the project that is defined as adaptively reused, right? For the 120%.
Yeah, I mean, that's all in my mind, we're only talking about adaptive reuse right now. We're not talking about anything else.
Yeah, I'm in the same place as you.
Commissioner Hamilton or Commissioner Tolkien?
I am inclined to disagree and believe that we do need to have affordable housing fees. I think that we need to really maybe even have a bigger conversation where we kind of understand like the bigger framework about why adaptive reuse of all the many options that we have, all the very many development options that we have in the city, why adaptive reuse is important enough to receive these carve-outs. While I completely agree with adaptive reuse, and I think it is a great way to preserve our built environment, I do still believe affordable housing is one of the most pressing issues in this city. I'm willing to go with option 2, which is that they would just pay a fee. I think that on-siting, it could be that, financially harder to put those affordable units within the adaptive reuse envelope. So I'm willing to make some concessions, but I do think we need to maintain the continual investment in our housing trust fund.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Hamilton? Sure.
Would you consider, can you put up the HPV? Would you consider starting the fee at 10 units?
So allowing the first 10 units of adaptive reuse to have a complete fee waiver?
Yeah.
I think there's a feasibility issue. I think that just on principle, I don't think I've heard an argument that establishes the importance of adaptive reuse to the extent above all the other options of development that we have in the city that really sets aside adaptive reuse as a special enough category where we would consider waiving some of these more, higher level of importance of fees that we have for our city. So to me, it's really more just principle.
But we don't require an affordable unit in new condo developments until you hit, is it 6 or 7 now? So it's the fee from 2 to 5, and then it's an actual unit at 6?
Yeah, that's
6 and at 3. I'm looking at these as rent. These are probably mostly going to be rental properties for adaptive reuse, I would presume. So I would say the standard that we have for both rental properties and condominium properties should apply. I think that there's a number of other incentives that we're prepared to give, and I'm in support of a lot of those. I also think that we're giving an important concession that, they can do, or we're willing to do a proportional increase to the footprint and to continue to, allow it to be an adaptive reuse project. So I think there's some incentives there, and I think that I think we're adequately incentivizing adaptive reuse. I think if we want to ask a bigger question, are any kind of affordable housing set-asides, on any kind of on any project, decreasing the feasibility of that project, that's a bigger conversation to be had, but I don't think we're having that conversation right now.
Let's let Commissioner Tilken weigh in, and then I'll let you folks jump back in.
Just thinking number 2 on that,
Fee only option? Okay. Commissioner Landers, I think you wanted to, I saw your hand first, and then Commissioner Reese.
So I can live with the fee. I think I would like to see the fee waived for the first 5 units. I'm just going to throw that out there in terms of promoting smaller projects. I would also like to see a feasibility study on this. I don't want to, the other thing that I would like to see on this is I would like to make sure that this is captured by Measure GS. And I want to make that really explicit. I am concerned, I want to make sure that when we're talking about these projects where the project could end up then getting sold, that once it is adaptively reused into multifamily, that is multifamily housing and subject to the transfer tax requirements of Measure GS. Because I am less concerned about losing $21 per square foot on a one-time fee than I am about accidentally having a loophole somewhere that allows the developer to create a massive number of units inside a previously industrial project and then figure out a way to transfer it to a new owner without making the required contribution to the housing trust fund in our schools. So that's like, I don't want to lose the forest for the trees here. And I want to make sure that we are, once this adaptive reuse into residential goes through, that it is in fact captured as a residential use that is subject to Measure GS. My preference is to waive the first 5 for the fee. I mean, I'm not going to follow my sword over it, but I do want to see a feasibility study on all of this before we really choose what we're waiving.
Commissioner Reese?
Yeah, I'm not going to follow my sword. The fee would be okay, but I think the biggest argument I can make, Commissioner Hamilton, and why adaptive reuse makes sense is if we don't allow people to adaptively reuse their projects, they're going to look at, okay, let's tear it down and let's see what we can do with a 1287, and we're going to come back with a 20-story tower. And I think protecting the community as much as we can from those types of development makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense to me. And I just think anything we're going to see in the future is going to take advantage of what the density bonus they can get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll weigh in quickly. I mean, I think that there are compelling policy arguments on all sides of this. I mean, certainly adaptive reuse is greener than ground-up construction. Well, it gets complicated, but yeah, I generally agree, though, with the principle that to the extent that it's economically feasible to do so, we should be requiring inclusionary standards through on-site units and fees through some mix. I'm not quite sure what the right balance is, but hopefully this broad discussion gives you some direction as to where to go. If you need us to narrow down on things, let us know. Otherwise, perhaps we should just move on to the next question.
I think that's helpful. Okay, limitations, as I mentioned, there are certain locational limitations for other cities in their adaptive reuse ordinances, and then there's a density bonus law limitation. So the question is, should there be any limitations on the applicability of the adaptive reuse ordinance for us in terms of location, use of the state density bonus, or other things like property size, or just none?
All right, let's do rapid fire responses down the line.
I say 4, none.
I would not use the state density bonus on the adaptively reused portion of the property. I would allow the state density bonus on the new build, and I would otherwise say no restriction, since we're imposing all regular development standards on new build.
Yeah. So if we could just clarify quickly, with respect to the state density bonus, if there are the requisite amount of inclusionary units on site chosen by the developer, like they voluntarily put them on site, the city cannot prohibit use of state density bonus, so it would just be in the inverse. So you would just not allow use of the adaptive reuse ordinance if they are utilizing state density bonus. Just to kind of reframe the issue. The city cannot prohibit use of state density bonus law if a developer comes in and puts in the requisite amount of affordable units on site.
Okay, this is what I don't understand. So let's imagine a 10,000 square foot industrial building. Mm-hmm. It exists. A developer's coming in and said, I'm going to put in 100 units. I'm going to make 15% of them affordable. What do they get? They get to add 10,000 square feet to that building? Like, I'm just trying to understand, because
They get all the stuff under density bonus law, so.
even on an existing building?
Yes,
Okay.
bonus,
All right.
waivers, assessed concessions.
Okay.
When we said state density bonus here, it is in the inverse, so that we've got this local ordinance. It's like, you've chosen to use state density bonus law, you do not get to access this ordinance.
Right. Because
That's what it means.
So under state density bonus law, you get to waive a lot of things and you get to have reductions of development standards. What we're saying is if you choose to take advantage of state density bonus law, you don't get to use this adaptive reuse ordinance, which also provides the process incentives like exemption of
may
fees,
provide
for example.
Any number of
Okay,
incentives that
so then to clarify my rapid fire, I'm trying to be rapid fire here. I would do that inverse exclusion only if they want to apply the state density bonus law to the existing parcel, the existing building that's being adaptively reused, right? If I don't want to stop them from touching the new build. I don't want to, if they density bonus the new build, they can have the adaptive reuse on the existing building.
I think there should be some limitation in terms of if there's low income, I don't know if that's the right term, not housing, hotels, moderate income, low income. I think Coastal Commission is going to have a concern with us on that. Other than that, I can't think of really any other locational restrictions. And I think that's consistent with, it was said earlier that the city of LA limits hotel conversions, but those are the SRO conversions they don't want to have, and those are what prohibited. And if we had, to the extent we had one of those in the city, we should apply it to that too.
Commissioner Tolkien, any thoughts?
I don't think there should be any. None.
So you're going with option 4? Okay.
Do we want to limit the live work? I don't want to limit the live work either, but I don't want to accidentally put what are you describing, Jing, into like the middle of a residential neighborhood, so I'm confused.
Right, we haven't actually gotten to the development standards, but yes, that would be one thing where right now, live work is a CUP land use. You have to have a conditional use permit in our commercial districts, certain commercial districts. And so what you can do is say we would allow live work only in the mixed use and commercial zones only, but not in the residential.
And I would do that by right, to be honest. I just
Correct,
don't understand
yes.
the CUP. Like, I would delete the CUP in the mixed use and commercial, and I might allow, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say, given changes to what it means to do live work, I might even allow a CUP process in the residential if somebody can make the case for it. I think there might be uses that would not be, that could meet the standard for a CUP depending on the nature of the live work. I'm really more interested in regulating like harsh chemicals and things like that, but people are doing 3D printing now. And if you want to open up a big 3D printing office in your garage under a live work arrangement, I just don't see how any neighbor knows or cares about that. And I wouldn't want to limit it. It's just a thought.
And these are already places where work is taking place already.
Right.
So they're already going to be in work areas or commercial zones for the most part.
Right.
By de facto. So yeah, I have seen no reason to limit that either.
So just one thing to consider, as the planning manager explained earlier, that these are actually considered commercial uses with ancillary residential uses, right? So what you're suggesting is that commercial uses would be allowed in residential neighborhoods, which we generally limit very strictly. How many and what kind of, just something for you all to consider, right? So it also kind of goes back to the definition of what live work means under the zoning ordinance currently. Is that it actually is a commercial use with ancillary residential use.
Except that, like, I'm really fascinated by this concept of the accessory commercial unit in general, the ACU. I think it's a really neat idea. I don't know, I think we probably have a few corners of Santa Monica where they potentially could make sense. And so I'm just trying to open up a degree of flexibility here and kick that back to the team to think through. I'm not trying to completely
No, this
blow
is
everything
just
up.
something for the commission to consider, right?
Yeah, so I think we've heard from everyone except me. I generally agree with the point about hotel conversions. Otherwise, I generally in the camp of number 4. The only other thing I would toss in is I think at some point in our, it's somewhere in something it said that if you build within, I think it's 100 feet of the freeway, there are additional environmental mitigation standards. I would maybe bake that into the adaptive reuse requirements too.
That's already a standard for multi-unit projects, so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already in our code.
Well, that's just for residential projects, right?
Yes, it's for any housing project that's over 2 units.
Okay. Would that apply to a live work building next to the freeway?
Commercial, so no, it would not apply.
Okay. Maybe we could just think about that moving forward.
Aren't we capping the freeway though?
Or taking it out. All right, I think that covers that one, right?
Okay, yes, and I believe this is, no, actually, there's 2 more. Design review, what level of design review should be required specifically for adaptive reuse projects and/or new construction? Staff level review only, or maybe you only require the ARB review if there's new construction or a certain amount of new construction. Right now, I think I mentioned the 7,500 square feet is our threshold for ARB. If you exceed 7,500 square feet, you have to go to ARB. You could either make it still consistent with that, or you can change the threshold.
All right, rapid fire thoughts?
I'll jump in and say, just keep it where it is on the new build. I'd like, just don't change anything. Also, because ARB is complicated anyway for all the other reasons, so let's just keep it all the same on the new build.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in agreement.
Again, this gets back to the concept, I'm not proposing that they should get a ton of new floor area. I don't think ARB, it's an existing building. You're not changing the exterior of the building. What do they have to review?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, Exactly.
Commissioner Tolkien, do you have any thoughts on that?
If we're talking about, ARB review based on 20,000 seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe, something smaller than that, 5,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet.
Yeah. I wish there was some way to do like a staff level review of just preliminarily checking whether the existing and the new are wildly inconsistent stylistically. But I I don't know how you'd actually do that in a feasible way. But yeah, I generally agree we should just keep the standards where they are.
I think this is the last question. And again, through the whole bucket out here, you can decide to pick and choose which standards should be waived or modified for adaptive reuse projects. There are different standards, as I mentioned, for the residential versus the commercial zones. And so we could take it step by step. If we could start with the residential zones, which of these standards should be waived or modified for the adaptive reuse building?
All right, let's be as rapid fire as possible. You want to jump in first?
Sure, waive it all for the existing building, and,
Wow.
well, here's the thing. I'm inclined to waive it all for the existing building. I'm not inclined to waive any of it for the new build. And I think because there's an existing building, it exists, where, you can't add setbacks on a building that's already there. What I might do is, I would just waive it all on the existing building. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the building is there. We should just work within, keep the envelope the same, all the work happens within the building. And for the new build, then the standard requirements apply.
You guys, I'm going to be consistent with my comments, which I think you need to waive all of these with maybe the daylight plane with new construction. But hearing my colleagues talk about how everything else should apply to the new construction, you're going to eliminate any incentive for them to use the new construction if you make all of these requirements apply. And again, I'm of a concept of we're only doing a 20% increase or something like that, not a 100% increase. If it's a 100% increase, then that's just new construction to me.
Yeah. Can we revisit, once we have that proportion identified, then we should revisit that? Because I'm thinking of this as 100%, and I do think of it, that is new construction, for basically 50% new construction. And just because it happens to be next door and attached to an adaptive reuse shouldn't necessarily exempt it. So that's my, if it's only 20% or a small amount, then then that gets back to the feasibility piece of it, and then maybe there is an incentive to start waiving more for that new construction build.
Right, and I agree with you, and I'm just going to reiterate that, to me, when you're building something next to a building, that's not adaptive reuse, that's a new construction build. So that doesn't even come into my thinking of waiving rules for that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could be more specific then. Maybe what we're saying is and this is going against my keep it simple idea, but if you're adding a floor to an existing building to get your residential, you're getting your 20-25%, you're getting a floor. I'm not interested in making you change your active ground floor, pedestrian-oriented design, blah, 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 bike park, whatever, all that stuff. I'm prepared to waive it to get the housing. You may have to put in bike parking for the market or figure that out anyway. But the minute you're putting it, if you're adding your space bonus next door, right, then maybe some of that comes into play. But I'd like to let staff workshop it to see if there's a really simple and clear way to apply that so that there's no question about what it looks like.
I think generally we hear you. We definitely need to do more like exploration of this, but there seems to be an interest to sort of where you're dealing with an existing building or in addition to that existing building to give sort of the maximum amount of flexibility, but where it's sort of like new construction, that sort of, whether it's beside, detached, whatever it is, that there's less flexibility there, if maybe none, you just have the normal codes apply. I think we can explore.
But I also think it matters, for example, to go back to this scenario 2, what if scenario 2 is the is the street frontage, right? If you're building back from the street, I don't care about the ground floor on the back. If you want to put in some neat sort of townhousey kind of things facing your alley, we were talking about that in Montana some years ago during the housing element, like how do we activate those alleys north of Montana? Cool, go do that, right? It's next to, it's ground up, but it's not facing the boulevard or the avenue, right? It's a different, I want to maximize the flexibility. I don't want to impose requirements that don't make sense given the nature of the adaptive reuse.
So what you could do is, I think with the City of LA, what they do is they give you, let's say, for example, you get the bonus floor area. That one gets all of the incentives and everything else. They get the incentives and the waivers. However, anything above, let's say you decide it was half of the building. In this example, let's say it's an extra 2,000 square feet. That's the bonus floor area. They get those incentives, but the rest of the construction doesn't get those incentives. You could also choose that route as well.
That's where I am right now.
Okay. Mr. Tolkien, you want to add anything here?
Yeah, I think the incentive should apply only to the existing building and not to new construction.
Okay. Commissioner Reese, if I could just ask you, so with respect to waiving height standards for both new and existing buildings, do you envision there really being no height limit on these buildings?
Well, the answer in my mind is yes. But again, I'm the guy who's sitting here saying, we're only going to give them an extra floor or 2 at the most. Right. And so it's an existing building there. It's 60 feet in a 40-foot area, and they're going to add another 11 feet. I'm okay with that. I'm not the one arguing for, let's put 100% of another 100% of floor area up here. Then we have problems, and then I would fight against giving the full exemption.
Given that we just upzoned our commercial districts, I don't think the height is going to be an issue. We already have significant height. I think it's really the residential zones. If you have, for example, like a local grocery mart and they want to develop an extra floor on top, but they can't because right now our R3 height limit is 40 feet or something, So that's really when the height incentive comes into play, I think is more so in the residential zones.
Okay.
And I think in a lot of adaptive reuse, and maybe what was just said is going to be an accurate statement here, is that most of these buildings were built before we have zoning codes that have lowered heights. Now, in Santa Monica, we don't have a ton of really tall buildings, but that's where a lot of the height incentive came from, I think, in other cities.
Right. I'll add, I'm generally in agreement with what we're talking about here. The one thing I do kind of want to hang on to in terms of development standard are unit mixes that get us more units that are what families are looking for. 3 and 4 bedrooms if we can. I suspect those will probably get waived out through density bonus at some point. But I think there's a real need for that in our community.
Well, I think in this scenario, we're talking about a project that potentially wouldn't use state density bonus, and so they would have to comply with the unit mix unless you choose to waive it. And so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't really want to waive the unit mix.
Wait, how do you not, you don't want to waive the unit mix inside the existing building?
His policy goal is to create family housing.
Yeah, but I think but if you don't waive it, nothing's going to get built because you've just made it really hard for that project to pencil. I would. That's why I'm trying to keep the requirements on the new build, but I just don't want to stop anybody from doing with an existing building. Like, just let them do what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, our current requirements for the unit mix are really low. I mean, up here you can see it's 10% for 3 bedrooms. It's not, you're not getting a whole, warehouse full of 3-bedroom apartments here.
I think it's going to get waved away, and I think we're going to get, I mean, I think also.
But the thing is, they can't waive it because they wouldn't be able to use density bonus and our adaptive reuse. So if we put this in there, they would be pregnant with it.
This is a point of context. Most of the projects we have been seeing, housing projects, are waiving away the unit mix requirement. Just as a FYI.
I think we would lose a lawsuit on this. I mean, I just don't think we would. I think we'd be told that we were inhibiting the production of housing on the inside. Like, it feels contradictory. Anything above the existing envelope of the existing building, I'm totally comfortable with these existing standards. But if our goal, we're not going to get affordable housing out of this. I don't know what else we're going to get, but to the extent that we're using adaptive reuse to generate what is ultimately going to be some form of market rate housing, I don't like all studio buildings either, but I have a hard time regulating it.
I'm talking a point of policy here, and I think we can work through it as we move through this process. But just sharing general policy thoughts right now. All right, I think that was
that's it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Great.
That was a lot.
Thank you for bearing with us.
You got artisanal at the end.
All right.
Buckle up, there's another one. Okay. There's
Yeah, how much,
more.
do you guys want to take another short break, or how much, do you guys want to power through the last one? What do y'all think? I want to be mindful of you folks who've been here already for a long time. Do you guys have any thoughts as to whether you want to power through now or take a break?
We can power through.
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
All right,
Not a good measure,
got a request for a 5-minute break. All right, let's really stick to it. Only 5 minutes. Be back at 9:45.
All right.
Too, but it's a pretty substantive topic, so we've split it off as its own presentation on the Bergamot Objective Design Standards. So just as background, the commission provided feedback on the draft concepts.
Jing, I'm so sorry if I get interrupted. If we could just ask you all to pause the conversation. Thank you so much. So sorry. Sorry.
On December 2023, since that time, we've actually received, 4 preliminary SB 330 applications for taller buildings in the Bergamot area. Formal applications have not been filed yet, but the range is up to 24 stories in the preliminary application. So it sort of necessitated, I think, an additional aspect to this project that we hadn't initially anticipated. So in addition to sort of like what I'll just call like the regular objective design standards, we've now also explored concepts for taller buildings. I would note that any new standards we develop out of this will not sort of reach back and apply to these preliminary applications because they're vested under SB 330 at this point. But I think looking forward, if these buildings become sort of proposed in the future, we will have standards that are available to apply to them. So tonight's discussion on the objective design standards, I think, focuses on 2 parts. It's on the open space standards, kind of sort of closing out the discussion on the objective design standards for the Bergamot area that apply to sort of our regular buildings. And then we will then, Susan Ambrosini is here from AECOM to walk through the open space standards and then also sample standards for taller buildings. And you can see, running through analyses that AECOM has done in terms of sun and wind consideration, sample standards from other cities, reviewing principles for taller buildings, and in discussion from the commission. So the Bergamot Area Plan itself was adopted in 2013. A lot of, the vision in the plan hasn't really come to fruition for a variety of reasons. I think one of the things that we've heard is that the plan itself is difficult to use, difficult to implement in terms of the standards, the guidelines in there. So, a core purpose of this project is sort of to simplify those standards. And because of SB 330, those standards must be objective. So that's why the standards that are being developed must be objective design standards. They can't have the discretion that they used to have. So with that introduction, I'm going to invite Susan to give the rest of the presentation here.
Thank you. Let's see here. I'm sorry. I hit what I thought was the down key, but here we go. All right. So as Jing mentioned, we're going to go through open space standards first. These are not proposed standards, by the way. We're still kind of at the point of just thinking about different options. These are the existing open space standards in the Bergamot plan. So you can see there's different sub-districts within the plan, and they each have different types or different levels of open space. And it is based on the site area. So there's different thresholds of being, over or under 40,000 square feet and then over 80,000 square feet. In the downtown plan, the approach is a little bit different. So it's based on lot width as opposed to site area. So one of the questions that we'll have for you is, should the requirement for common open space be potentially based on parcel size or maybe on width like is done in the downtown plan? Should the requirement increase with larger parcel sizes, kind of similar to these threshold approaches that you see here? And should there be a minimum size of a primary open space? So should there be kind of a focal point of, one kind of social open space that is required with a minimum amount of square feet? So these are the existing, more detailed open space standards. So as I mentioned, this is an example of a minimum requirement for a common open space that you'll see here, which is 40 by 40 feet. So another question is around if we were going to have a ground floor open space requirement, should there be placement requirements, for example, at the street? And what incentives might be necessary to make that type of open space work? Now, this is common open space for the residents of the building, not necessarily available to the public. Or if so, it's not a requirement. One thing that the Bergamot Plan really focused on was this idea of site permeability, and this is because it's obviously an industrial area with large block sizes historically. So as you start to weave in residential type uses and office and other commercial uses, the desire to create a more refined, smaller street grid. So you can see the diagram on the right shows what the idea was in terms of site permeability and circulation. So you can see the streets in yellow are potential pedestrian paths through these larger block sizes. And so you see this hierarchy of kind of shared streets versus pedestrian paths, for example, versus complete streets. So one thing that we looked at was just thinking about the feasibility of where you could put a pathway network today based on the existing development. So this is one of the large blocks within the Bergamot site. And you can see there's the parcels are quite large. They do really vary though. So you'll see, one site, the Red Bull site, which is 190,000 square feet, contrasted to some of the smaller sites that are, just under 40,000 square feet, for example. So one of the pathways that was proposed, for example, runs kind of north-south, just along the western edge of the Red Bull site. There's another pathway proposed to try to link kind of through that 37.5K site. So just thinking about where it might be feasible moving forward. And then this is the block to the north. So this block has a number of really large parcels, as you see here, 123,000 square feet, for example. The lines in that blue-green color show where potentially it would make sense to have pathways through the site just based on existing pathways and just the kind of desire lines of breaking up the block as well. So one thing we looked at was, okay, based on the size of the site and the dimensions of, say, doing an average of a 20-foot wide path, how much open space would that require? And so 10% of the site, for example, on the left, would be 12,800 square feet if you were to implement a 20-foot wide path. So just trying to think about wanting to not have these pathways be something that would be over and above a typical open space standard, but could be something that would be required kind of anyways as part of an open space requirement, but potentially requiring that type of, if you're on one of those parcels, it would need to be in the form of a pathway potentially. So just thinking about what the calculations might be. And so the one thing that's difficult about using frontage as a way to determine the amount of open space is the parcel sizes really vary and the frontage sizes really vary in Bergamot, so it's a little different than downtown. So we've been thinking potentially of using site area. And this is just an example of the type of pathways. So the top right is an example of a residential pathway. So there might be some residential-only projects in Bergamot where you'd have more of that residential-only character, or you might have these examples from Arts District, for example, where you have more of the kind of retail, commercial / residential pathway. So here's potentially a way that you could do it where you have these thresholds for required area of triggering that kind of pathway open space requirement. So in this example, project shall provide a ground floor pathway based on parcel size to allow for pedestrian circulation through the site. Pathways shall connect to adjacent sidewalks, common spaces, and where feasible to adjacent parcels. And in order to implement pathways that are actually desirable places to walk and use, you can have things like minimum dimensions, so the pathway isn't, say, 5 feet in width. You can have landscape requirements, including the amount of space that's required to be open to the sky or lined with landscaping either on the side or kind of within the pathway, or trees within the pathway or adjacent to the pathway as well. So one of the questions that we have for the commission is, what do you think of those kinds of design-related requirements for potential pathways. So some additional questions. Would pathways be useful to require with standards such as fire lanes, trash service, and loading? So one opportunity, and actually the example shown on the top right, is a residential, it's actually kind of / commercial mixed use, but pathway mostly residential, where it doubles as a fire lane. So those bollards can be removed, and you can see it's very straight and easy for the fire trucks to access, and it meets the width requirements, but it still is a desirable place to walk down because of the adjacent landscaping, so something we could consider. Could these pathways also help to satisfy other project requirements, such as common open space and maximum building footprint? Could these pathways double as amenitized open space and access service? And how would a pathway be feasible on a lot, 40,000 square feet or larger? So I think when you get to smaller parcels, that might be more challenging to make feasible. So one of the thoughts is 40,000 square feet, for example, a good threshold for where we might require a pathway? And could these pathways be open to the public during daylight hours? We can't make it a requirement, but it could be something that the developer would choose to do. So in thinking about common space and design, so not specific to pathways, one of the things that was discussed at this commission, I think, and also at some of the other bodies that we spoke with was the desire to have social space, at least kind of one socially oriented space on the site. So here's an example. A minimum of one social space, either soft or hardscape, with a minimum dimension of 10 feet in each direction, shall be provided for every 25 units. Each required social spaces will incorporate at least one of the following amenities. So this is typical for, it's not a super common standard to have, but some cities have dabbled in having these types of requirements. So here's a way that you could do it and integrate it with a minimum size requirement, so it's not like an awkward barbecue off kind of a linear pathway. You want it to be a successful public space or common space. So here are some other types of common space design requirements that you do see. An open to the sky requirement. So you don't necessarily want this to be 100% of the open space. It can help with the feasibility of a project to allow some, and even the design quality to have some spaces potentially have cantilevered buildings or, recessed ground floors where you can maximize the common open space in that way, but you don't want it to be, 50 or 100% of the open space. Having a minimum landscape requirement is important to green the site and just make it an attractive place to be, specifically landscaping, but also shade trees. And then the social space requirement that I presented on the previous slide. And then finally, seating. So that's also a common requirement within sites to require, a certain amount of seating, so it encourages people to gather and build that sense of community within the projects. So we'd love to hear from you all about what you think about these types of common open space design standards and whether you think they're workable for market rate and affordable projects. So now I'm going to shift gears and talk about high-rise design, which I know this is a new topic for the Commission. In terms of what are the kind of objectives that we're trying to meet for high-rise development, so first and foremost, creating objective standards for new residential development that considers the unique aspects of high-rise design within the Bergamot context. So the different elements that we're looking at are things like shadow and wind, analyzing shadow and wind impacts on public streets and spaces, cross ventilation and sunlight, maximizing ventilation opportunities and sunlight opportunities in future development, the common open space that I just mentioned, because the typologies for high-rise buildings are different. It has kind of different impacts potentially on the ground floor or podium level open space. And just thinking about whether pedestrian pathways are still feasible through these types of development. And then also still just making sure that human scale and pedestrian oriented design is considered with these types of high-rise typologies. So what I'm going to do right now is just walk you through quickly some sample standards from other cities that have implemented high-rise standards. So we'll look at things like defining what is a high-rise building, tower massing and different ways that cities have tried to regulate the massing of the tower in different ways, tower separation and placement, facade design, podium massing, open space and pathways, and then I'll share some solar and wind studies that we've done of sites within Bergamot. So a fundamental question will be, when should high-rise standards apply? And you can see this table includes different cities that have implemented standards and what that threshold is in these different places. So it's really kind of a different context in which these high-rises are being developed. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. You know, Santa Monica can kind of choose what works best for the city. One potential option are choosing buildings that go above that 84-foot maximum height requirement, which is what it currently is in Bergamot, or the proposed requirement. So just something to think about. When is a building typology really different? When does it make a different impact in terms of the visual impacts on the skyline or on shade and shadow that really should kind of trigger these separate requirements? So in terms of tower massing, the general focus that other cities have taken when thinking about these types of standards is to limit massing at the upper levels with the objective of supporting access to light and air, and also to maintain views of the sky from residents and folks on the street. So some sample standards to achieve that include just simple ground floor setbacks or upper floor stepbacks. Also things like the sky exposure plane shown on the right, height to width ratios, floor plate maximums. So we'd love to hear from you whether you think there should be standards that limit massing for taller buildings, particularly at upper levels. So this example shows the sky exposure plane. The images on the right are from New York City. So they have different sky exposure plane standards based on the width of the street. So you can see narrow streets have more significant sky exposure plane requirements relative to wide streets. So really you can see the intent here is that they still want to be able to have light and air to some of these really narrow streets that you see in New York. So that's why they set it up that way. So it's not so much about shaping building form in this kind of triangular fashion. It's the building can kind of sit within that overall shape, but still needs to slowly kind of step back as it gets taller. Another way that this could be achieved is through height to width ratios. So this is what is done in downtown LA. Towers have a ratio of height to width of about 3.5 to 1. So that's another way of kind of addressing the same issue. So another slightly different but related concept that we see in several cities is this idea of floor plate maximums. So not necessarily the footprint, but the upper levels of the tower can only be have a certain floor plate. So some examples from Vancouver, I'm getting tired, are they limited their floor plates actually to 5,500 square feet, which is quite small. And you see at the other end of the spectrum, San Diego, their maximum was 21,000 square feet, which is actually quite large. There might be kind of a sweet spot in the middle that we see there. So you can also potentially not just limit the area, but also the dimensions in either direction. So maybe a width maximum of 70 to 80 feet, for example, from Vancouver, or corner sites in particular have frontage maximums as well. So there's a variety of ways that this could be addressed. And this is just a visual of Vancouver, so you can actually really see how the standards have shaped the skyline. They have, very narrow, spaced out towers. So that leads me to the other topic of tower separation and placement, which is a relatively common type of standard in these high-rise cities. So this requirement basically says that if you're going to build multiple towers on your parcel, or if you're building next to towers on adjacent sites, that you have to have a particular spacing from those other towers. So 80 feet is shown here from downtown LA. And they've addressed certain questions like, well, what if the tower is not a rectangle and there's a curvilinear facade? So you can deal with that through doing, you know, an 80-foot average. So there's different kinds of scenarios. If you have offset towers, you don't have to meet that 80 feet. But the idea really is to allow that light and air into the spaces and also reduce some of the shadow impacts. So here's some more sample standards. Interestingly, Long Beach, downtown LA, and Vancouver all kind of rested on that 80-foot minimum spacing. In New York, it's a little bit smaller, and they differentiate between wall-to-wall, wall-to-window, and then window-to-window. So another question for the commission is facade design. You know, this is one that gets much harder to be completely objective. But, you know, there are ways that this could be done if it was of interest. You know, the rationale for it, if we were to pursue it, is that the high-rise prominence, you know, contributes to a city's identity. It creates visual interest. So is there a desire by the commission to think about either requiring balconies, requiring some form of modulation, requiring the use of, say, vertical elements? This is an example from San Jose. Or requirements for articulation. So the photo on the right just shows an example of a highly articulated building through use of balconies. So here's some more facade design photos. The buildings are on the left are about that kind of 20-story height that the city's seen applications for. And you can see here, you know, the building facades are relatively flat, but they've included, you know, subtle articulation in different ways. In order to kind of address, you know, provide that visual interest and design of the facade. The buildings on the right are based in Brooklyn, and they do have some articulation on the facades themselves, but then they use these large volumes as a way to modulate the building as a whole. Some more examples. So you can see at South Park on the left, just the use of balconies that helps kind of articulate the building. A much more dramatic example from Vancouver, where they have, you know, actually created this curvilinear facade. And then finally on the right, the building across from Disney Concert Hall on South Grand Avenue in LA. So that's more of the similar approach from Brooklyn, where you get these large volumes that are modulated. So thinking about podium massing, so many of these taller high-rises sit on relatively large podiums, not always, but quite often. And the way the podium interacts with the street and just the massing and height of the podium have urban design impacts. You know, some podiums cover almost entire lots, and there might be a need to break up the podium to allow potentially for pathways or just to kind of have some relief at the street from a single monotonous, potentially, facade. So thinking about podium floor plate maximums, which might be different than the tower floor plate maximums, might be a way to have some limits on the lot coverage. So here are some sample standards. These ones are from San Jose, where they have some design requirements at the street level, very similar to what you see in kind of non-high-rise requirements to make sure that they're pedestrian-oriented and that they're broken up, in this case, every 100 feet, so that you don't get the kind of single plane at the ground level for podiums that might be 5-6 stories tall. So thinking about open space and pathways and how they relate to high-rise buildings. So here are 3 examples where you have the giant podiums. The one on the left is Vancouver. Then you can see the one in the middle in South Park. So these towers are sitting on very large podiums that take up the entire block. So it doesn't allow for permeability through the site. If the city were to allow for these kind of really large footprint podiums. The example on the right is from San Diego. These aren't sitting on large connected podiums, so they're more like freestanding towers, but it allows for that additional permeability. And just commenting on open space in general, the podiums do give an opportunity to have fairly considerable open space. In these 2 examples, you can see there's basketball courts and a pool, and you know they really took advantage of this space within the site. So another area where some cities have kind of dabbled with standards are solar access. And the objective here is to try to reduce the shadow impacts on neighboring properties. So in this example from San Jose, they were looking at preventing shadow impacts on open space, in public parks. And so they limited the amount of shadows that were allowed to appear essentially during certain times of the day. So you see this in San Diego. There's another example in the city of LA as well in a specific plan. That one was more concerned with shadows being cast into adjacent single family in the Marina Del Rey area. So then finally we have wind. So high rises do create more wind impacts than shorter buildings, and there's a few things to consider. So there's the maximization of ventilation for residential units, but then there's also preserving wind flow to neighboring properties, because a high-rise will, the wind will hit the high-rise, go around the high-rise, which can create wind tunnel effects sometimes, or it'll go up and down. It is shown in this diagram here. And so there's ways that you can mitigate the downdraft effect through awnings and things like that, because you can get wind kind of rushing down the facade of the building. So some sample standards from San Jose in terms of staggering the heights and locations of tall buildings to avoid blocking wind flows, creating gaps of 15 to 20 feet within the podium level, massing in the prevailing wind direction to really facilitate that wind flow to other sites, and orienting the widest skyline level building dimension within 30 feet of the prevailing wind direction. That's to address this idea of maximizing ventilation for residential units. So we'd like to hear from the commission, should we have standards related to wind and solar performance? So finally, I'm going to wrap up with just some basic solar studies that we did of the Bergamot area, so you have a sense of what some of the considerations should be. So we looked at building placement and orientation, and we did a few quick wind studies as well, which we'll share too. So in terms of the local conditions, I think as we all know anecdotally, the wind is coming from the ocean, so the prevailing winds are coming from the southwest to the northeast, and then the grid actually orients itself to the ocean as well. So in terms of the Bergamot, blocks, you're getting the wind directly kind of at that grid. So we looked at shade shadow studies for 4 scenarios shown here, and we wanted to get a sense of impacts of podium height as well as tower placement. So first we looked at the site 1. It's called a bar tower, so it's kind of a standard double loaded corridor high rise at the dimensions of about 80 to 120 feet. Which is a common type of tower that you see, generally a very feasible type of construction, sitting on a 35-foot podium. Then we have a corner bar tower, so very similar to Site 1, but wrapping around the corner, so a slightly larger footprint. Then we have Site 3, which is another bar tower, but we put it on a 60-foot podium to understand the podium shade impacts. And then finally a point tower. So that's more of a square tower with a core in the center. So just a different, design, structural design, but also quite common. And so we did that one with an 84-foot podium just to get a sense of kind of what those shadow impacts would be. So, and then finally, we combined them all into one 4-acre site because the city has seen a recent proposal roughly of that scale and kind of magnitude. So we wanted to understand the kind of combined shadow impacts. So in terms of Site 1, it's a 220-foot tower, so about 22 stories. And as I mentioned, it's 80 by 120 feet with it's actually a 30-foot podium. So the long shadows, so as you can see here on the top row, those are the shadows in winter, so those tend to be where you get the greatest impacts. On the bottom row, it is showing the summer, the June 21st shadow impacts. And basically the takeaway here is that you get the long shadows in early and late day in the winter, but they are relatively fast moving because the profile of the building is relatively skinny, so as the shadow moves across the sky, you don't stay within that kind of shadow location for more than a couple hours. You can also see here that the northeast tower placement has little impact on the podium sun exposure. So if you were designing an open space on the podium and you wanted to take advantage of maximum sunlight, having this kind of northeast tower placement would probably optimize the sunlight in the open space. So this is the same diagram, but just looking at the podium shadow impacts. So you can see with a 30, 35 foot podium that the shadow impacts are relatively small. It might reach across the street on December 21st at 3 p.m., but in general, the impacts are pretty small. So site number 2, as I mentioned, very similar, but the corner wraps. And so we wanted to understand what those shadow impacts would be. So you can see that, again, it casts long shadows early and late day in the winter. The corner configuration increases the width of the late day, winter and summer shadows. And the southeast tower placement has little sun exposure impact, similar than the other example. So you get a lot of sun in the open space. Then we have site 3, the bar tower with a 60-foot podium. So you can see here that the podium, actually a 60-foot podium, casts a much larger shadow than the 30-foot podium, and it's relatively slow moving just because of the large area. But the tower itself moves across the sky relatively quickly. But you can see that the podium itself, if you were to put the open space there, you would have more space within the shadows during certain times of the day. This is just looking at the podium shadow. So then we have site 4. So this is a point tower. So this is the most narrow profile for the high-rise, but with an 84-foot podium. So here you can see that the 84-foot podium casts a very wide shadow. It's relatively slow-moving, so that the podium shadow actually has some of the biggest impacts relative to the higher tower, just because the tower itself has a low, small profile. And then this is just the podium shadows. So looking at the combined scenario, so it does show that tower spacing helps to break apart the shadow impacts. So you can see, that we have other examples where the towers are clustered together in the middle of the site, which we didn't share with you today, but you get this kind of large, wide shadow moving across that doesn't get broken apart. But if you have your towers spaced apart, then you get, it breaks up the shadow impacts, which is nice. And in terms of kind of how they're broken up, it just depends on where the sun is. So as you can see in the morning, having that orientation, you kind of get a wide shadow, but then when you get in the middle of the day and you have that kind of clear section through the middle of the site, then you get very little shadow impacts. So, that really varies depending on where you're placing your towers. So we just did one variation to look at if you staggered one of the buildings, how that might impact the shadow impacts. And so as you can see here, it's the same concept. If you have the spacing between the building, it helps to break apart the shadow. But it does create kind of more shadow impacts in the middle of the day, but in some ways maybe less early in the day because the shadows kind of align. And this is just an example of if you were to take the housing element sites and they were all to be built with kind of bar tower type high rises, this gives you a sense of the impact on the skyline. And this is the view from the northwest towards the ocean. So in terms of what are the key takeaways from doing these studies, essentially a few things. Placing the tower on the east side of the site in the Bergamot area maximizes sun exposure on the podium or ground floor year-round, essentially. However, it might have more shade shadow impacts on a property to the north or a street to the north. Point towers have a reduced shade shadow impact due to just the relatively short dimensions in both directions. Bar towers with a long dimension, for example, over 120 feet, would cast shadows that move more slowly, increasing impacts. The ones that we modeled had just exactly 120 feet, so the shadow impacts weren't huge, but if the city were to allow longer buildings, it would have a greater shadow impact. And bar towers, long bar towers at a certain orientation, that northwest-southeast orientation would cast the greatest shadows. Even with large footprints, shorter podiums, like 1 to 2 story podiums, have less impact on direct neighbors. The impact is really more limited to the adjacent street. Taller podiums have much larger winter impacts just because of the large shadow area and slow-moving shade shadows. And then really quickly, in terms of wind testing, because the prevailing wind coming from the ocean kind of hits sites at this angle, just things to think about. Depending on the orientation, the wind impacts vary. So site A at the top, you can see with the staggered towers, you get a lot of wind that can still flow through the site. So if you're east of this parcel, you're still getting a good amount of kind of ventilation. Where in site B, more of the wind is deflected from the buildings, so it does obstruct some of that cross ventilation. And then, as I mentioned before, facades facing the prevailing wind benefit from cross ventilation. So you have that sustainability benefit, but it blocks wind from passing through the site. So it's kind of a, something that might need to be balanced. And so, that's it. We have some guiding questions for you. We'd love to just hear feedback and thoughts on high-rise standards that were discussed. For example, when should high-rise standards apply? What did you think of what you saw being used in other cities? Should there be a maximum floor plate, for example, a dimension in either direction or just the area? Do you think there should be requirements for tower spacing, facade design requirements, or any other kinds of positioning requirements to enhance solar or wind ventilation? We'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you so much. That was a really informative presentation. So here's what I propose, folks. So we've got our guiding questions. I assume, so you're looking for feedback on these specifically. Was there anything else aside from these ones that you need, or does this cover it?
No, well, so these ones are specific to high-rise, but, we did discuss open space too.
Oh, yeah.
So if you have any thoughts related to some of, and I can kind of click back to those slides if needed.
My feedback is yes.
Great. I'll tell you guys what. So let's dive right in. Let's do a round of just rapid fire thoughts on these if anybody has it, and we can see how quickly we can proceed through this.
This and go back to open space later.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
A lot of slides to go back to. Sorry.
I'll just take a crack at it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm intrigued by your idea that high-rise is above 84. That's interesting to me because we have standards for up to 84. So, if we're talking about new standards, let's put them above our height limit. I am also inclined to restrict podium height to avoid the large shadows. So I think like 2 stories is probably a good idea to avoid that, to avoid mass shadowing on the street. I like the point towers better than the bar towers for the reasons that you articulated, and I like the. I'm not in love with Vancouver. I like there are nice pictures of Vancouver towers. I'm not in love with how Vancouver looks now. But what I would want to get to, and this relates to the open space, is ensuring that we have enough space between towers to be able to develop those pathways that you described in the open space consideration, because I would like us to be able to have those new streets. I'd like them to be wide enough for both peds and bikes. Because ideally, people ought to be sort of getting off the metro and then walking and biking and scooting and strollering, right, and wheelchairing to their destinations. So I don't know if that's enough. I don't feel like I understand enough about wind to be able to make those determinations, but I think if we get point towers rather than bar towers and they're spaced enough, we should probably avoid. I'd probably also take your advice on the eastern siting of towers, because that struck me as relevant. Am I missing anything?
No?
Cool. So, as I said earlier, yes.
Great. Anybody else want to dive in? Commissioner Reese beat you to it.
All right. I'm not going to remember all of these points off the top of my head like Commissioner Landers did, so I might need a little help. But I am all for the tower spacing of 80 feet. I think that makes a ton of sense. I'm very concerned about podium uses and heights. Now, I think we don't have the problem in Santa Monica that we saw in downtown LA, which is where people are building podiums and putting 5 stories of parking, because that's FAR in our city, right? So they're not going to do that, thankfully. But
Yeah, I will say increasingly we are seeing that, and keep in mind, these are state density bonus projects, so they are waving that away, yeah.
But it's floor, but
It is.
wave away that it's floor area, or they just ask for more floor area?
It's part of the request, whether as an incentive and concession or a waiver. We are increasingly seeing like above ground structured parking.
And to add to that, we almost never see something without a podium, right? So even the buildings we're seeing now, the open space is always on a podium. So let's keep that in mind as we talk about regulating towers and podiums.
Okay. So on that note, and that leads me to, it always perplexed me why architects or developers were putting towers on the west side of their site and their open space on the east side, and then it became like there'd be a shade on their pool, and that never made sense to me. Maybe with climate change it makes more sense as we see more heat. But my general concept is the tower should be spaced so that they cast the least amount of shade on the open space that they're creating on the podium area. But then going back to the podiums, I definitely think you need to create some articulation and some standards there so that if it is parking, it reads like it's a building, not a parking structure. And I guess the double-edged sword of that is if you put glazing or a facade on there, then you've increased their mechanical requirements, because now they got to ventilate that area. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there, but there's probably still design criteria we can give them. And then the design criteria, I come back to the fact that they can just waive themselves out of all of this stuff. And you guys for the last month have warned us, don't put on standards because they're just going to waive them. So I'll just remind us that we've all had that conversation recently.
Yeah.
If I may, they can waive the standards, but it's good to have a baseline guidance. We have presented this to the Architectural Review Board also, and they were thinking in Bergamot to lower the podium height as much as possible, because that to about 35 feet, because that will relate then to the existing context a little bit more.
Yeah, that makes good sense. Wind, I'm not too worried about unless we start getting sailboats in the area. So I'm not worried about that. And I can't remember some of the other topics. I mean, clearly you want open space.
Yeah, I think I don't know if you've commented on the floor plate size. I know you commented on the spacing.
I'm less focused on the floor plate size than the spacing, but maybe going back to combining the spacing with what something similar to what they did to downtown LA, that there's a ratio of height to width makes some sense. Unless I missed something.
So, so the idea, I think, what Susan has shown is essentially a 12,000 square foot floor plate, somewhere around that, is what we're hearing is what is desirable. And the two different configurations, the point tower, which would be about 110 on a side, or the bar tower, which is a little more slender, 80 by 120, both about 12,000 square feet. So, so that lands the 12,000 square foot floor plate, kind of similar to what San Diego is doing, bigger than what Vancouver is doing. The developers have told us that won't work here. So I think what we heard from Commissioner Landris was, let's lean towards point towers, or do we want a variety, is the question. Do we want to limit the floor plate size? Do we want to limit the configuration? Do we want to identify where it goes on the site? Those are the kinds of things we're interested in hearing from you. Oh, and for the podium, do we want to have some limitations on the podium size? So imagine that, because what we're figuring is that everyone's going to reduce their development site to less than an acre, right? So it doesn't have to have a DR. And so if that's 43,500, do we want to reduce that podium size so we get a little bit of ground floor open space?
I mean, yeah, I definitely want to see some of those pedestrian pathways that we tried to get, because, I mean, when we were doing the Bergamot plan, we sold to the community, we're going to give you guys open space somewhere. It turns out we weren't going to get a lot, but maybe we might get even less now. So I'm wondering if there's a way that some of those pedestrian paths and or vehicular paths can be moved from our zoning code to a circulation element or something where they can't wave their way out of it. I know that's a heavy lift, but I mean, their street stand, like I'm just an example in LA, they have street standards, they have zoning code. You can't wave with density bonus your way out of street standards. But again, that's a big lift, but I think that's critically important to kind of maintain that connectivity to get people to the, I guess I'm less worried about the cars. I want to get people to the transit as fast as possible.
Yeah. The one of the positive things about the DR requirement is that it would then reduce all of the sites from the 80 or 90,000 or 120,000 that you see to 40,000, and that then naturally would create a path through the site if the developer would maintain that level of openness. We hear that they might have it open during the day, but we can't require that.
But I guess I'm not quite following you on why. So they limit their site to an acre, slightly less than an acre. So 1 square foot less than an acre. Now they have to go through a DR. But what's to push them to maintain a pathway?
Well, they have to have services, right? So we could make some requirements that, in your fire lane, you've got an additional 10 or 15 feet so that you have a little bit of landscaping and a pathway alongside it. And then it could count as your open space, right?
And I'm on board with if it's a fire lane, because the uses of fire lane is very rare. And if there's a fire lane, nobody's going to, people can get, if there's a fire, people get out of the way. But a service, so I'm okay with trading open space with a fire lane, but service, like if it's a driveway to a loading zone, that's going to be used very often. And I don't think that can be doubled I don't think that comfortably doubles as a open space element.
If there is additional, so there was, if we go back to that, yeah, that open space, that one that everyone likes with that one. So the image on the upper right. So you know, if there's a requirement to have, you know, some landscaping alongside it, right? So that you could use it as your open space.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. As I just said, I'm fine with that. But if that was a driveway for loading that doesn't have bollards and the guys are loading all day long,
I see.
then it's not open space to me.
Yeah, it sounds like the distinction is the frequency of the use for service loading, back of house, whatever the case may be, versus a fire lane, which is, you know, hopefully never used. You know,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's exactly
Yeah.
my concept. And then getting back to your other comments about podiums, yes, you should articulate them. If it's a break in it, make sure that if it's parking, it should look like the residential building above. And the location of the towers, I think, is important. But then I'm going back and forth. Is it to maximize shade or to maximize sun? I used to think that it was most important to maximize the sun, but we got some heat issues these days.
Yeah, it definitely complicates it a little bit. One thing is you can use other design elements to create shade without using a building itself.
Right.
So, you know, maybe you focus on having solar access, but using other, you know, shading devices to make the open space.
That's probably the better way to. That's probably the better way to lean at this point. So, again, I think those are my comments. Or I know those are my comments until you tell me I've forgotten one of the items.
Well, more Commissioner Hamilton, I think you were next.
I'm going to attempt to make some comments and stay somewhat articulate at this late hour, so just bear with me. So my you know, kind of going through these slides, my understanding is that if we have towers that are 80 feet apart, does that preclude the need for a sky exposure plane? Or isn't, because that's usually when they're much more densely packed together, right?
Similar, but not exactly, because the focus of the sky exposure plane, like in the New York City example, was to allow solar access to the street. So you could have like a narrow point tower, but if it's placed right at the street, it's not kind of addressing that sky exposure plane issue that New York was trying to address. And so Santa Monica would have to consider, do you want to have a sky exposure plane or make sure that the tower is pushed back 10, 20 feet, what have you, from the parcel line to address some shade impacts on the street?
Yeah.
So they're slightly different but related.
Right. Yeah, I think, you know, the Bergamot area plan is a relatively small part of the city. And I think, you know, we're not looking at a high density of high rises. We're probably looking at a lower density of high rises. And I think that the 80-foot separation is my preferred approach as opposed to limiting the upper floor massing. I think I share some of the same concerns with other commissioners about just podiums in general. And, you know, I see large podiums as sort of like a core feature of like downtown Los Angeles. And while I love height and density, I don't think our intent is to really turn the Bergamot area into like a downtown Los Angeles high, you know, or like an urban area with high density. I understand podiums are hard to avoid in today's environment. I would prefer that we could, because I think it completely destroys the pedestrian element of the city. But if we are forced to use a podium, then it should be articulated. Then it should not be blank walls. Shouldn't be parking area where you can see the cars or hear the cars or a car alarm goes off. So limiting podium massing in general to the extent possible is, I think, really important to keep this still we want to increase height and density in this area, but we still don't want to necessarily give up this kind of neighborhood feel, and I think podiums kind of completely destroy that. And I also want to just be more intentional and more vocal, or just about the fact that this is right next to a metro station, and to do whatever we can to orient the site plan towards using the metro, not, trying, I love the ideas of pathways because it is a great way to bike and walk through a neighborhood at a kind of a human scale. Anything we can do to de-emphasize automobile traffic in this neighborhood would be really helpful. I think that I like the, I do really love the concept of these little pedestrian pathways. Whenever you find those in different cities, they're always like an interesting place to walk down or bike down. And but one of the issues or one of the statements that was made was whether you can orient your open space towards the street. And I like that idea, and because I want this to be a walkable, bikeable place. And I think having open place on the street level it's just more comfortable to walk down that street. And I had a question, is there any way to coordinate this in a way so that the open spaces can kind of create kind of a linear kind of walking path or park along some of these streets that would help guide, kind of walk people towards the metro station or kind of connect to the metro station in any kind of way, where we have these multiple parcels and we've designated the street along, the land alongside the streets is your kind of open space, and there's some kind of coordination there, like a bike path or something?
So, the developers we've been talking to, they know that their folks will want to be oriented towards Expo. So they're starting to do this themselves. They will need service and fire lanes. So as much as we can have what they are required to do, get what we want is the best of all possible worlds, because then it costs them less to do it. Okay. The other thing that we've heard and we know is important to you, what I'm hearing is important to you, is in-ground open space rather than having all the open space up on the podium.
Yeah.
And one of the things we've been talking about internally is, well, can we incentivize that in-ground open space with a relaxing of the open space fees, which are substantial. Mm-hmm. So that's also something to consider.
Yeah. Yeah, I tend to, to me, open space, I understand the residents in the building have access to this open space, but it would be a loss to the city if all of the open space in this neighborhood, and we were building on podiums, was privately, used. It would, it would create this sterile environment that I think is incongruous with Santa Monica. And I want this Bergamot area to be an area where residents do accept more height and density, but it still needs to be a place in neighborhood where it still feels like Santa Monica. And so I think that that's important, that we have this kind of coming back to this idea of common area, but at the street level, and hopefully not totally privatized. And anything the city can do in its circulation element to design the streets around that element, I think would be a great complement.
I was just going to say, one thing that the city will need to consider is when you have common open space that's not technically required to be available to the public, sometimes you'll get a developer that wants to put up a fence. And, sometimes it might make sense if it's a stoop in front of your multifamily building, having a little fence is fine. But the city might consider some, fence limitations or fence requirements if you're going to have, because you would hate to have like a common open space at the corner, but then have it be fenced off because they're allowed to fence it off. So that's something that I think will need to get worked out.
Yeah, maybe if you incentivized or decreased the open space requirements and allowed them to transfer it to that would help. All right, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tolkien?
Yeah, I sat in on both of the meetings that we had on this, I'm still concerned, we really don't have an overarching urban design plan for this area. I know there are disparate ownerships. The city owns some of the property. We should be identifying those pathways that you want. The photographs are all great, but if some developer comes in and cuts one off, then what? I mean, the ideas are good. Whether it should be 80 feet, 80 feet is a good spacing between those buildings. Are we getting 20-story buildings? Or are we getting 10-story buildings? I mean, what are the proposals that are you getting?
We're typically not getting 10-story buildings, right? Because at 8 stories, it turns into a different construction type, different building requirements, right? So we're seeing 8-story buildings, and then we're seeing 20-story buildings, 18 to 20-story buildings. So we're not really seeing anything in between. I haven't seen anything.
I mean, I think in Bergamot anyways, that's not, I think in the rest of the city on boulevards,
The property's owned by
we
the
do have
city.
8 to 12 stories in the rest. I'm sorry, what was the
How
question?
much of the property is owned by the city in Bergamot?
The area that we're focusing, I mean, in the Bergamot area plan, like the city owns the Bergamot Arts Center. So that the area like right next to the metro station, but the rest of it is really, privately owned by multiple property owners. There's not just like one common owner across the area.
I mean,
And then the last slides that Susan was showing, oops, I did the same thing, okay. I just want to call your attention to these slides. Sorry. So these are the sites that are in our SSI. So these are the sites that were anticipated in the study of the housing element, that these are opportunity sites.
so those are the kinds of projects you're getting in.
Well, we have one.
We have, yeah.
We have four preliminary SB 33 applications from one applicant. So that's what precipitated this, like, okay, we should be looking at this, because up until that point, we were not seeing any applications of this kind of scale. So that's why we're doing this work now.
Do they conform to existing zoning? No.
No, that's the point, is that they're state density bonus projects, so they do not conform to.
I'm answering my own question.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Commissioner Landers, you have a question?
Yeah, I just. We haven't said this yet, and I just want to make sure. Safety is a concern here. I'm raising it in two ways. One is that we've got to make sure that the open space is well lit, no corners. We've talked about this before. Those pathways to and from Metro don't have, that they're really quite visible in lots of ways. But I also want to flag, because you've raised this question of like fences and gates going up at different times, unintentional cul-de-sacs are not okay. We need to make sure that at any given point, anybody can get out of where they are and not be cornered. We live in the real world, and I think we need to be very, very clear. So I was thinking about this when Commissioner Reese mentioned the circulation element, I thought, are there other kind of safety standards that we could be thinking about that would not be waivable either, in terms of do whatever you want, but people have to have ways through and out. And
So the good news is that, at least for the foreseeable future, we do have design review. We're always looking at lighting levels, and we're very focused on safety, security, lighting, and making sure that there is safety all around a project, because we're seeing a lot of the red car projects that are office buildings, 3-story office buildings, in areas that are generally not populated at night.
Right.
And so these are creative office buildings. We're here. It's 11 o'clock at night, and I think those folks are also maybe working. So we're very focused on making sure that when we get out at night from work, we can be safe as we get to the metro.
But as these fences come and these gates and fences come in, we want to make sure that they don't accidentally create blockages.
Right.
Right.
They're typically set back at the build a little bit beyond the building line. Like, we don't want them right at the building line. They're just a little bit beyond the building line. They're not like in the way back, so that you're creating sleeping quarters or a place where.
But also, like, to think about, because I know we've dreamt of this, we've talked about it with other DRs that came to us a few years back, like the continuation of Pennsylvania Avenue eastbound, right? Through the eventually leading, right, through the Millennium Project, eventually leading to, what is that, Stanford? So it's just south of Colorado. So it's paralleling Colorado and ideally breaking up that really long block on Stewart. So, if a fence goes in the wrong place, it just becomes a cul-de-sac, and we just need to be careful about that.
There's, once something leaves, design review, we have slightly less control over it. But we certainly look at, fence design, transparency of fences, where they're located. Yeah, so far, that hasn't been an issue.
Okay, and that's the other reason that I preferred the point towers to the bar towers. Because the bar towers, I've experienced, I experienced them in New York, and they get built in a way that they take up the whole block. And so you have to walk all the way around them to get inside. Frequently, the entry is they create a plaza between them that spans the length of the block, and they're not really all that accessible, whereas the point towers tend to be a bit more, especially with a smaller podium, they tend to be more accessible from multiple sides. And if we have the point towers, then we increase the likelihood that developers would be open to kind of pathways in between them, because that becomes a design feature for them, whereas the bar towers, you're constantly moving people down long pathways in order to access the building.
And limiting podium size is the essential way to get at that.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Tilken, forgive me if I cut you off there. Did you have more that you wanted to say? Okay. I'm going to add just some really quick comments here. I'm going to respectfully disagree with what Commissioner Hamilton said about the look and feel of the neighborhood. I advocated for 200-foot height limits for this neighborhood when we were doing the housing element update. I think we're missing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build really meaningfully dense transit-oriented development in this neighborhood, and I wish that we could have gone higher. Obviously, that's a policy decision that I don't think would pass at the council level, but who knows? We've got an election coming up. On the point about the sky exposure plane, I don't think too many people mentioned that specifically, but it seems to me that if I'm wondering how much that really matters if you've got a podium that's going to block off most of the sky from the street level anyway.
I can also just add that it's more important in New York because you have buildings right next to each other. And so if you have tower spacing in both directions, then you'll have the shade impacts, but you're maybe walking through the shade for 100 feet, 200 feet. So, I mean, it still does provide some additional sun exposure, but it's less, critical if you have fewer towers that are more spaced out. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and also it's I don't know why we can't get to the those images, but it's really the podiums are, if you allow a really tall podium, then you're shading everyone, all the time. But if you have, and that's when we're talking about neighborhood feel, you have a shorter podium and a really tall tower, you have more sunlight, and you may have a little more shade for more properties, but it moves very quickly.
Right. Yeah, I share the thoughts that a lot of people have said about open space on podiums. I know in San Francisco there's a real problem with what's supposed to be a publicly accessible open space and podium becoming privatized. And once upon a time was real movement to fix that through signage and public marketing, but I don't think that really worked. And I wonder, well, I'll just leave that there for now. On the topic of open space, I am intrigued by some things I've seen in places like Japan where they put ball fields on building podiums. I don't know if that would really work here, but in a city with a real shortage for ball fields, I wonder if that's something we could conceivably consider. On the topic of floor plates, if developers really are carving out the lot sizes to be a foot under an acre, I think we really have to figure out the sweet spot between a floor plate size that fits the lot, but also gives us the best bang for our buck. And I'd like to see, I said, a sweet spot where we can get floor plates that incentivize the production of larger bedroom units, like 2 and 3 bedroom units. I don't know if that can be done, but to the extent that that can be baked into the development standards, that's something I'd like to see. And yeah, on the topic of building separation, I think the consensus was generally 80 feet. I think that's probably fine. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Anybody else want to say anything before we wrap up? Great. Well, thank you so much for bearing with us in this long night, and really appreciate it. In terms of process for this, for the objective development standards, so it's coming back in late July, right?
Yeah, it'll come back as part of the red lines. We've tentatively scheduled July 17th. But, hopefully we get there. I'm sorry?
Do we have everybody's, do we know July, August relative to?
Yeah, I haven't heard, we have a quorum on July 17th. I haven't heard any absences for August either. I think we've just heard through May and June, but do let us know. That's if you will be, yeah.
On that July 17th date, I have an early flight out of town the next morning, so hopefully we don't have a... I was going to warn you, I'm not going to be here until 11.
Have this earlier in the agenda and have adaptive reuse after?
I mean, August also works.
You'll for adaptive reuse?
Well, I mean, there are noticing issues, I think, that might...
Well, no, they're going to council in September, so August conceivably works.
We can, I mean, if we needed to, we could move things to August as well, because the council date is the later part of September, so we do have a little bit of wiggle room if we needed to.
I mean, I'd also be sensitive to changes in the makeup of the planning commission, and so potentially with annual appointments. So like going earlier or going later would be better, because either we make sure we have the current crew that has been through this and can actually take quick action, or if we find ourselves with 1 or 2 new commissioners, we give them a minute to catch up, because this is, a little intense.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting summer. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, we're having a study session with the city council as well that will obviously inform the drafting of the red lines in a pretty significant way. So that will, but yes, we will be back to you in the summer.
And you're summarizing our thoughts for the council for the study session, right?
We are. yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Great. Anything else you guys need? No?
I just want to thank Susan and AECom. They've done
Yeah.
some really great work for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for staying until 11 o'clock. All right, great. I think that takes us through the end of the agenda, though I guess we should, any planning commissioner discussion items quickly, please? Seeing none, let's adjourn at 11 PM.
Thank you.